Welcome, everyone, to the Lost Lowdown podcast number 12 with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
Hello, everybody.
What's up out there in TV land? Okay, does that apply for podcast audiences?
I think not, but let's go with it anyway.
It's about a TV show, why not?
Yeah, there you go.
So, this is, what is this, part 3 of our season 2 retrospective?
Oh, who's keeping count anymore?
Who knows? Part 3, hour 85. I don't know. We will be discussing episodes, I'm guessing, right? Are we going to talk about episodes this time?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
This is a new format for us. We're actually going to talk about episodes as opposed to
episodes.
Non-episodes.
Yeah, which... So, we're going to try to do episode 13.
Nothing to address here. Let's move on.
We're going to try to breeze our way through episodes 13 through 19. Yes, folks, it's a big one. But we're going to do a new thing on the Lost Lowdown. We're going to instill some restraint, which we never really utilized before. We're going to try to spend X amount of time per episode. That way we won't... that way we can decide what X is later. And we
I was going to say.
And we won't be wrong.
For who knows how large.
We're going to try to spend about 20 minutes at the most per episode, with a little leeway for bigger topics, as in Henry Gale and what happened to Claire during maternity leave, which will obviously be big things, and maybe a couple of things about lockdown. But we're gonna try to make this this is what 7 episodes, so we don't want to do like 7 hours for this podcast, which we could easily do.
Oh, no problem.
We'll try to make it 4 hours, so that means we got to do, what is that? You're the math man. What does that mean?
Oh, don't, 4 divided by 7? I don't know.
Yeah.
What's that? That's a nasty...
it's almost 6, right? Well, 7 times 6 is 42.
Well, we need to do approximately 0.57 hours per episode, so probably...
That's like 37 minutes or something.
Yeah, more like 35 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those 2 minutes will kill you.
Well, because, decimals are divided into tenths and hours into...
Thanks for explaining it.
This is... Yeah, well, hundredths in this case. So,
Are you done?
Yes.
Cool. So anyway, guys, the point is... We're going to try to breeze through these, at least in terms for us. So, let's start with episode 13, The Long Con. Gotta pronounce that G, folks. Pronounce the G.
Please.
Locke and Jack agree to secure the weapons and medicines in the armory. Jack and Sawyer face off over ownership of the meds. Okay. Hurley tries to cheer up Saeed with the radio from the tailies. This is very direct, synopsis. It's
very nice declarative sentences.
Yeah. Sun is grabbed and dragged into the jungle, where it's found by Sawyer and Kate. Jack and Locke discover the weapons missing from the armory, and that the entire group has been betrayed from within. So let's move on to the next episode.
Yeah, I can't find fault with that description.
They said everything, so...
they said what happened,
What else is there?
They always try to, preserve a little bit of secrecy.
They do, which is weird because we're gonna watch it. And, most people who buy Season 2 have seen it, right? I would assume.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an audience who saw it for the first time on DVD.
I'll believe that.
Because you have to, if you didn't see it and you want to get into the show, you better watch the first, couple seasons.
Well, that's how I saw Season 1, so on DVD. Wow.
Yeah, me too.
Quote DVD.
Me too.
We won't explain it, wink wink, if you know what we mean.
Let's just say I have the DVD now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what matters. We eventually did buy the DVDs.
Oh, God. All right. So anyway, we're wasting our valuable 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the long con. Oh boy, look what I have in my notes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot about this episode either, which is good. Okay, wait, we need to set our clocks, okay? Okay, I set the clock. All right, we got 20 minutes to talk about the long con.
I thought we had 35.
Oh. Let's just do 20 anyway.
All right, 20's fine.
20's easier, do the math.
Okay. What do you got?
What I got what?
On this episode?
Oh. Well, can we talk about... Oh, I think we already talked about Locke changing the combination and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is a little ridiculous, but 73318 was the new combo, and he doesn't change them to the numbers, which I guess makes sense for him. Why, I guess if anyone wants to guess what it is.
Right.
Anyway, that's not important. Let's talk about something else that is a little more important.
Although there's the right, left, right thing, so, You could do a lot of combinations with the numbers and right, left, right moving around.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
It wouldn't be that easy to guess. But,
yeah, it wouldn't be that easy.
I mean, if you did, right 4, left 8, right 16, or 15, or never mind. Yeah, let's move on.
Locke says he's superstitious.
Yeah, right.
Which I thought was a very interesting thing to say, because there's a big difference between superstitious and, spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
And although it's funny because here they sort of cross paths with, him being afraid to, break the Virgin Mary's, which is a spiritual thing, a religious thing, but the superstition with it, which I've never heard of a superstition about breaking Virgin Mary's.
No.
But I guess he's just, in general, I guess that's just sort of a bad thing to do, maybe.
Yeah.
Not sure why, though. But okay. She's got drugs in her.
Well, I guess destroying any religious icon that you give any weight to would be bad luck.
Okay. Anyway, I thought it was interesting that he said that, especially at this point in his journey when he's pretty much off the path completely and is about to become very lost, if I can use that term. And really sort of he loses his direction. He's on the path with whatever the island wants him to do, and then he finds a hatch, and he gets on that path, which is, sort of seemingly counter what the island wants. And then he just sort of comes to a crossroads when, he sort of realizes in the next couple episodes that, the hatch isn't what it seems, or the button doesn't do anything, per what Henry says. And he's just, doesn't know what to do with himself, really, Which we'll get into that later. But I just thought it was interesting that he specifically said that he's superstitious. Which lends himself to being the kind of person I think that could pick up on mystical signs and things like that and be taken by him.
Right. Yeah, because his he's known as the man of faith, and but his faith is not religious, really.
No.
It's just sort of it's almost a weird just sort of a faith in I guess. The island?
It's almost something? It should be like man of science, man of irrationality. Because that's really, his faith is in things that he can't really explain. And seemingly, obviously we sort of believe that the island is communicating with him, if at least if you take his word for it and some other things. But if you take a step back, he's just basically, things that are coincidental or things that are strange, he's just putting his faith in those things,
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, this means this and this means that. And I love, when Echo says, like we said before, don't mistake coincidence for fate, which is, I think, what Locke does a lot,
Right. He does it practically all the time.
All the time.
Everything's fate.
Everything's fate. And I love, when they first get into the hatch, and Jack calls him, and he's like, is this your fate, Locke? Is this what it was all leading up to, you and us about to get killed, And Locke had nothing to say.
Right. And it's interesting coming from Echo because, he's extremely religious, but he's also extremely skeptical, as illustrated by, that line and his flashback and question mark.
I think he. There's a line he says later, which I think is he says I'm on a righteous path again or something like that. And I think there's a big difference between the Echo and the flashback when he's investigating the drowning / death, seeming death thing, and the Echo now. And I think that's what his whole thing was about in the beginning when we see him in season 2, when he's when he kills the others and he's really sad about it, and then he goes and he doesn't talk for 40 days and all that stuff. I think that was really about him getting back on the right path, and this whole thing about building this church. And I think he's marking a difference between who he used to be, and not just like used to be in Africa when he was obviously a bad guy, but when he was first being a priest in Australia or however long ago that was. I think there's a big difference between that guy and this guy now.
Okay.
I think he's less skeptical now, and so I don't know if we're going to get an Echo flashback to where maybe we find out that the girl really did die and came back, and so that sort of renewed his faith, or if his faith was sort of renewed, just on his experiences on the island. I'm not sure, but yeah, there seems to be a pretty big difference. He's less skeptical now than he was in the flashback.
Right.
But that skepticism made for a really interesting flashback.
Indeed, it did.
I'd love to see a spin-off if Echo wants to go solve murder mysteries. Like we said in our I think we talked. Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we said that way back when.
Way back in our first couple podcasts when that episode came out, we talked about it. It would be really interesting to see not a spin-off, but because that'd be really cheesy, but just to show about this, this priest who solves these religious related crimes and mysteries, and he's skeptical, but he's he's got that duality by being a skeptic, but by being a believer in something that he has no hard evidence in.
Right.
So it's very interesting, and if they don't make a show about it, I will. So, but I didn't say that because they might sue me later.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'll call him Mr. Instead of Mr. Echo, he'll be Mr.
Oki?
Mr. Oki. I was going to say Mr. I don't know.
Keo? No,
none of that. Stop it. Okay. Can I ask real quick, permission please, I'm going to try to stop saying that. Why? How did they?
You're really good. Always ask permission.
Always ask permission. I don't know why. I guess it's because you beat me if I don't.
Wow.
Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that on the air. Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
Well, if you just listen, I wouldn't have to.
I know. It's all my fault. Okay, let's go back.
Where's my turkey pot pie?
Let's go back to the show.
Sorry.
Put the whiskey down. My question is, how did they get the heroin inside the Virgin Marys? Because apparently the only way to get them out is to break them.
Now, see, that's a good question.
Because I always sort of, even though, we've never really seen how they got them in there and people always break them to get the stuff out, I just sort of assumed there was, sort of halfway assumed there was a little, thing at the bottom that looks like to pop out. But that would make it too easy for any sort of drug inspectors to see what's in them. So that wouldn't really make it easy. I can't explain how they got the drugs in there, unless they're not made as a whole. Maybe when they're made. They're obviously ceramic, so maybe they're made in halves, and then you put the drugs in there, and then somehow you glue them together, or you.
Yeah.
I don't know what you could do.
Maybe they had a bottom piece that they could sort of remove and then stick back on.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
So that you couldn't remove it again, but I don't know. I have no idea. I never even thought of that.
Yeah, it was just weird because he was like, you're going to leave the heroin in there? And he's like, well, do you want to break them? And I'm like, you can't just take them out without breaking them?
Yeah.
But I guess not.
Everybody breaks them.
Everybody breaks them.
Want to get to them. I guess, yeah. That's something.
So, the next thing, why would Jack need to lock the medicine in the armory? Just so Sawyer could steal it later?
Pretty much.
Because he never really locked it up before when they were in the caves, he just had it sort of open in the caves. You know, and I don't know where he had it since they moved from the caves, but now all of a sudden he wants to lock it in the armory, which I guess is a good idea, just, you know, for safety reasons.
Sure. It's valuable stuff. You know, it occurred to me, I mean, that stuff's going to run out eventually. Unless the supply drop had medical supplies.
It should have medical supplies, but we haven't seen any. Maybe the vaccine is all you need, though. Maybe it's all encompassing.
Oh, wow. That's quite a vaccine.
Well, you got to take it all the time, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Why hasn't Sawyer's vision gotten better? If Rose has been cured of cancer and Locke got his legs back, how come how come his vision hasn't gotten better in the many days he's been on the island?
Well, I think it's obvious.
Okay, let's move on then. Are you gonna say because he's a bad guy or something?
Oh well, I was gonna say that to be silly, but no, I don't even. I would throw out like, you know, well.
I don't think you have anything there.
I don't think the island heals indiscriminately.
Okay.
What's my basis for saying that? I don't know. But I feel like the island chooses somehow, you know, who or what, or either that or just that it doesn't heal like every type of ailment.
Okay.
Like it can't help you with your sight.
It can cure cancer.
Cancer,
but...
check. Paraplegia, check.
Yeah.
But need glasses, farsight, no.
No, not optometry. Island does not do optometry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a good point, but maybe it's because he's a bad person, or maybe it's because, I mean, I know in SOS, you know, when Rose goes to the faith healer, he's like, you know, this place isn't the right place for you, or whatever. Yeah. And, you know, it's kind of crappy, but maybe that's not the right place for Sawyer for some reason.
Well, you know? Okay. I mean, that's weird, but...
I don't like my answer either, but it's like, it's the best I can do.
I mean, I would say the thing about that is, I feel like he was saying it's not the right place for her because that place didn't have... it wasn't powerful enough, basically, and it seems like this island is powerful enough. But he did make a point in saying there's different energies.
Yeah, I got the sense it was just different, not necessarily stronger.
I feel like the island is the biggest magnetic anomaly on the planet. It really needs to be.
Right. No, I mean I agree, but. It didn't seem like that's what he meant to me.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like he meant you need to find a stronger place. It seemed like, you know, at least I mean...
Well, maybe different is just different and stronger.
But, I mean, I think anybody, you know... I mean, other people have been hurt. I mean, you know...
I mean, Sawyer was shot and he was septic and all that stuff for a while, and then he eventually got better, and but it was it was a bullet wound. I guess that that was it wasn't as miraculous as healing sight or curing cancer. And for all we know, Rose could be lying. I mean, not lying, but she could just be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, she really isn't basing it on anything.
Yeah.
Besides her feeling.
And her cancer went into remission before, so.
Yeah.
It's not like it sort of couldn't do it again. I don't know what the odds are, the medical whatever, but just wondering about his vision because it's it doesn't seem like it's gotten any better, and I think it's really funny how he miraculously found glasses that work this time. And
I know.
Saeed didn't need to do his crazy fashioning of glasses for him,
right?
Which is how come? Where did you guys find these glasses? How come you didn't find them the first time you were looking for them?
I know. Well, see, they just didn't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, they didn't.
Oh, he just found some that worked.
Saeed was like, "I am not making more glasses for you, buddy."
Yeah, he's really not.
He's too busy mourning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
breaking coconuts and whatnot.
So we got, I think, another 5 minutes on this episode.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So, I thought it was a little contrived the way Sawyer sort of all of a sudden gets mad because Jack's like taking a little medicine from him.
Yeah.
He uses that as the reason why he pulls all this bullshit.
Yeah, it was pretty lame. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
It just comes out of nowhere, like, and it seems like this part of the season is just filled with characters who have sort of changed over time. And just like out of nowhere, they sort of try to be their old selves again.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't. It just doesn't play very well because it's just like, wait a minute, 2 episodes ago you were like the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
And now it's all about like screwing everybody over and doing this whole ridiculous plan and taking all this just because like he took one little like. I mean, I don't buy it.
Well,
that's his.
Yeah, he made his speech, and he was saying, when he went on the raft, people took his stuff, and blah, blah, blah. And they tried to write a convincing speech for him and why he was doing what he did. To me, the big reason he did this was to go along with his backstory. I think that was one of the big reasons. Obviously, the other reason, as I think Kate said, is that you just want people to hate you.
Yeah.
Which, that happens a lot with characters and where, they're used to being viewed by others in a certain way. And when they're not viewed that way, good or bad, they can't deal with it. So they like to go back to what they're used to. So I can understand that. I think I agree. It was pretty crappy. I liked the good-natured Sawyer, like, I don't see why they wanted him to go back to being mean or like, unlikable to any extent. He's always been funny and charming, and he's been an ass a lot of the times. But when he, after he got shot, and he came back, and he was just sort of okay. I guess they really didn't have anything to do with him. If he's not, the person who stands between somebody and some item that they want, and if he's not the person who has the quick comebacks and the whatever, then who is he? I guess If he's not the bad guy we love to hate, then he's not Sawyer. I guess is really what they're thinking. So
yeah,
that's why they wanted to get him back to where he was. But it was all sort of very contrived. And this was actually the episode that when it originally came on, I think I fell asleep or something, or I missed I never saw the whole thing in the right order. So I was always confused about what happened with this whole thing with Charlie and everything. And Charlie's thing, too, was pretty crappy. Oh, I just want Locke to look foolish. Like,
right.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, he's got the same thing. And, like, I can't. If they do that again in season 3 where Sawyer, all of a sudden gets pissed at everybody again and does this, and then Charlie tries to get the heroin again, and I guess he threw him away, so maybe he can't anymore. But
if there's more heroin in this island, that's the end of our podcast.
Yeah, I know. We'll have to stop because that's just too silly.
It's just silly.
So yeah. Anyway, I just didn't, from a critical perspective. Also, I wanted to say the flashback, which I think is not that good.
No.
As far as flashbacks go, if you just for the audience, if you sort of like the general idea of the flashback but not how it plays out, but if you think the idea of the flashback has potential, then I recommend you watch House of Games, David Mamet movie. It's in a similar vein, but it's very good. It's Mammoth. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because it's got a lot of similarities, but it's just like really good. That's the difference.
I thought the flashback was okay. The idea that she thought she had figured him out, but he was sort of playing her from the beginning, and one step ahead of her, and maybe he could have gotten the money from her, the original, for the original con, when he just sort of grabs his suitcase and it falls open and he gets, like he did the first time we saw his flashback.
Right.
He could have gotten it from her then, but then she called him on it, and so, he was ready for it, I think he was lucky that she wanted to find out more about conning. Otherwise, I don't know how it would have played out. Otherwise, she would have just been like, I hate you, get out of my life, and then I don't know what he would have done. But the fact that she was sort of whatever, I don't know what her deal was, bitter, I don't know, bitter at life. that she wanted to find out more about conning is really the only thing that saved him and allowed him to really do the long con.
Right.
But I like how it played out. He tells her to run and makes her think she has the money and all that stuff, and that somebody's after him. And we think somebody's after him too because we saw Gordy, basically say, get the money or I'll kill you. So when he says, "Oh, there's a black car out there," that's him. We think it's him. So I like the flashback because there was times when I was sort of on the same page with Sawyer and what he was trying to do, and there was times when he was fooling me also. So I like the sort of back and forth there. I thought it was fairly well done. I haven't seen House of Games, so maybe comparing it to that, would make it not look as good. But for a Lost flashback, I think it was pretty good. It kept my attention. But what also kept my attention was the fact that Kate was not asked to join the army.
Right. Yeah, this is that period of time where Jack and Kate aren't talking.
Yeah, they're having a lover spat.
Right.
Which is really interesting. And
I guess it starts. Wait, when? Never. I thought I was gonna say it starts because of Henry, but he isn't around yet. So
it started after. It basically started when what's it called? Hunting Party. When he told her to stay.
Oh, that was it.
He told her to stay, and she didn't, and she was the reason that everything got screwed up.
She wouldn't. He didn't. Yeah, that was it.
So about the army, real quick. I think we have like -2 minutes. I think we went over. But I thought it was weird. Ana Lucia called Steve Scott or Scott Steve. I forget how it works out.
Yeah. He. I think she calls the one who's living the one. I guess she calls Steve Scott.
Yeah, exactly. Which is weird because I feel like, especially since she's new, she doesn't know who Scott is at all, and
she shouldn't know to be confused.
She shouldn't know to be confused, and if she goes up to talk to Steve about joining the army, you'd think she would have gotten his name at that time.
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't even around when Scott died, so it seems odd that she would even know Scott's name.
Yeah, and the only thing I can think is maybe somebody else referenced him as Scott, being confused, and that's just what she had in her head. But I just thought it was weird that they even made that point. Why even? Aren't we done with the whole Skeeve thing?
They're not.
Why do they keep going to that?
They're gonna milk that as long as they can, I guess.
Anyway,
yeah. What? Something weird happened with the actors too, so it's a whole mess with that.
It's a whole mess. What else you got, man?
God, I don't think I. Oh, I do want to bring up this stuff with Hurley and Saeed fixing the radio.
Okay.
And then getting radio station that plays jazz.
Yeah, old jazz.
Apparently Duke Ellington and Glenn Miller Orchestra.
Yeah. So
I just want to mention that I've read online that in the recently, I think last week they did a recap of the last season. It might have even included season 1, but I'm thinking just season 2. I don't know.
Anyway, and they were showing episode, like a clip show type thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a recap of everything. It was narrated by Michael Emerson playing the part of Henry Gale, so he referred to himself in the first person and everything, which is kind of weird.
What? But, he was like, I'm Henry and this is what happened on Lost?
Well, I don't know how he started, but I've heard that when he was talking about himself, he would refer to himself in the first person. So, there's me in a net or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how it went because I don't watch it, but anyway, I heard that they put this entire scene in there, and so people are trying to read into what does it mean if they include something in this summary of the season. And so it made me think that this scene was important for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about this scene. It's Saeed had a point in that, waves bounce off the ionosphere. I mean, everybody knows that. I learned that in first grade.
Hold on. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. But
damn.
I mean, I didn't know specifically they bounce off the ionosphere. I thought it was the stratosphere. But no, I'm kidding again. The point is,
wow, you got me again.
I do know that AM waves travel a lot further than FM waves. I mean, anyone who's been in a car ride knows that you can get the AM stations a lot longer than you can your normal local FM stations. So the fact that that any sort of radio frequencies travel thousands of miles wasn't news to me, but that's not the point. Point is, I didn't know how to take that scene. It seemed very. I think the only thing that makes it seem crazy is Hurley says, it could be coming from any time. If he didn't say that, I think everyone would have taken this like, okay, there's just some radio station in Australia or some radio station somewhere that's just, plays old music like they normally do,
Right.
Now, if they said, here's a new one from Duke Ellington, that would have been really weird,
Yikes.
if that would have been very strange. Glenn Miller Orchestra with their new Moonlight Serenade, then you gotta say, okay, something's going on here.
And remember to light up a lucky.
Light up a lucky. Don't join the Communist Party.
Yeah, please. God,
Yeah.
we're about to tell them to join.
I know, I was.
They say apparently they say that was the old classic, so it can't be that old. I mean, it has to be old enough for them to call it old.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, they said old classic. I mean, God, I mean, 70s maybe at the earliest or at the latest, right?
yeah, I guess
At
it
the
was old
earliest.
enough to be an old classic by the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, I would bet that, but like 60s, no. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't buy that. So I don't know if they're trying to say that since Dharma was around in the late 70s, early 80s, kind of, right? Is that the time period we're supposed to believe?
Yeah.
That's why this music is there, because they were around at that time and there's some sort of connection. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're doing with that.
It's weird though because it's not music from that time, so it's like, I mean,
It's not music from that time, but yeah, but it's music that, I mean, if it was made in the 70s and then they could have played during that time. If this broadcast is from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
At the earliest, that songs like that could be old classics. But anyway, I don't know how much more musing we can do about this because we don't have anything to go on. But I'm just surprised they didn't get anything else too. I mean, I guess we didn't really. There wasn't a very long scene, but I think they could have kept going and got some other things that may have been interesting. And for it to be a shortwave radio, you think they could have, they would have got some other stuff, but they're pretty isolated. I don't know.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you think that the magnetism on the island would affect the radio waves? I don't know, just a theory. I mean, I guess it's.
Does magnetism affect radio waves?
I think it would. I mean, magnetism is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and I think if you have enough of any of that energy, I think it affects other things. But I'm no rocket scientist, so.
Right.
I would imagine that when the magnet's building up or when it's getting pretty intense, that it would affect the radio frequencies. But maybe when it's not, it's fine. So.
Okay.
Last thing I want to say about this is the fact that Hoyer says I'm not a good person. Never did a good thing in my life. So this is along the lines of he's obviously bad and he knows he's bad. And and I wonder if that factors into the show at all. Obviously there's some people who are bad and know they're bad, like Sawyer and Kate sort of realized it too. And then I think there's other people who are bad, maybe like Jack, like he's bad for whatever reason, but may not know he's bad, you know. And I wonder if that factors into what's going on in the show. Like if you know it and you admit it, does that, I don't know, make you more good or something? And I mean, Sawyer isn't apologizing for it, so I don't think he gets any credit. But Kate, I think to a certain degree is sorrowful of her murderous ways.
Oh yeah, of course.
But so anyway, I think we went a bit longer on this episode than we were going to. Looks like we're 10 minutes over our mark. No problem.
And I don't agree. Sawyer never did anything good. I mean, he saved that. He saved the rudder or whatever that was.
He saved the what?
I think it was a rudder. Or am I using the wrong word?
Well. Yeah, I think it was the rudder. Yeah, that's what Jen said.
Okay.
But you have to understand too that he had a vested interest in saving that rudder also. So while it was good as a whole, it wasn't a selfless thing. So it's like.
Yeah, but okay. He's helped people out from time to time.
He's helped people out from time to time. But that's the thing. It's like, why is he doing it? Like. He's helped Michael and he's done other stuff, and I think there was one episode where somebody asked him why he was on one of the expeditions, and and basically it was just so he could get back at, I think it was the hunting party. He just wanted to get back at the others for shooting him. He wasn't there because he really was invested in trying to find Michael, but it was that plus he wanted to go get back at them for shooting him. Last question. Have we seen Gordy before at all? The guy who plays Gordy?
Not that I'm aware of.
He looked familiar, and I mean, obviously he's an actor, and I think I've seen him on other things. I just couldn't remember if I've seen him on Lost or not. But I'm thinking no, too, so.
Unless they just have him in the background, reading the lottery numbers or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't remember seeing him. I forgot about him altogether, actually, until I saw this episode.
But what you can't forget about is episode 14, one of them. Right?
Okay.
In a flashback, Saeed is taken prisoner in the Gulf War. Since he speaks English, he is enlisted to translate the interrogations of his fellow soldiers. Eventually, Saeed is compelled to take drastic actions to obtain information for his captors. Back on the island, Rousseau reappears with a gift for the survivors that may lead Saeed back to the dark side of his nature. That wasn't well written at all.
I love that part at the end when Kelvin drops off Saeed and he's like, I will never do that again.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. I will never do that again. But then Kelvin was right, I mean, I understand why Saeed said it, but Kelvin was right. He was like, there might be a time when, you're going to need to know something, and you're going to know how to do it now. And then, of course, we get Henry. So, Kelvin was right.
He's always like, I'll never do it. Okay, I'll do it to Sawyer, but after that I'm done. Well, okay, hold on, there's one more, but then after that I'll quit.
I mean, he really should just stop saying he's not going to do it.
I know, it never works out.
It's not working out. He should just realize that it's okay to torture people if they're Henry,
Yeah, I guess.
Wow. You said it, not me.
I said I guess.
Yeah, I know. So here's a couple quick little things. I was really just taken aback by the fact that when the episode begins and Saeed and Tariq and the other guys are burning things because the Americans are storming their camp or whatever, and I just thought it was really weird that. The soldiers come in, the American army comes in, and like, who's in charge? And I have to go back to this military references that I'm a little privy to, and not that, but just common sense too. You can tell someone's rank by obviously what they're wearing. And I think any sort of soldier who is going to potentially be in combat and need to go on a mission where you're going to need to find commanding officers, you're going to be told what their rank structure is and what their rank looks like. And Tariq obviously has 2 stars on his left and right shoulders, whereas Saeed does not. Saeed has 2 stripes, and none of the other people that I could see, you couldn't see everyone's rank, but none of the other people I could see had 2 stars. And so to me, it was just like blatantly obvious who was in charge. And it was just weird that they had to have that scene where Saeed lies about it and blah blah blah, when in reality the soldiers would have come in and known Tariq was in charge because they would have seen his rank. So it was a little weird that they did that. I mean, if you look at Saeed's uniform and you look at Tariq's, you can tell Saeed is not, you can just guess. Stars are bigger than stripes, obviously. In most ranks, At least in terms of the Army's rank, so, they would have at least had that information. So that's all I want to say about that part was a little unrealistic. Your turn.
Oh boy, my turn.
I mean, I've got more, but you can go.
Yeah, no, I think you should go again because I'm not ready.
Okay. I just wanted to point out, Kelvin was not wearing a uniform during any of this time that he was in this episode. So that makes me think he's not in the Army, at least anymore. Or I really felt like he would have been wearing a uniform, unless for whatever reason they were trying to hide the fact that he was in the Army.
Oh, according to the transcript, which I don't know why they wrote this, but they say that he's apparently a CIA operative.
Okay.
So I don't know. That's not an official source, but they wrote that. So
okay, I'll buy that. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell what he was. CIA's good enough for me. Sergeant Austin.
I thought he said something in the finale about being in the Army, but
he did.
Maybe I'm wrong.
He did say that.
He did.
I'm pretty sure that's what I remember him saying, that he was in the Army. Doesn't mean he was in the Army during the Gulf War, right? Or did he say?
Well,
or did he say that?
I guess not.
I don't remember what he said. We'll get to that soon. Nevertheless, he was not wearing a uniform, whatever that means. He seemed to sort of be separate from the Army. He didn't seem to be part of the rank structure there.
Yeah, right.
So I thought that was important to point out. Maybe he was lying, though, when he said he was in the Army. What he really meant was that he was in the CIA and he worked with the Army or something. And
yeah.
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, Kelvin.
Oh, Kelvin. You're such an Inman. Let's see. I wrote something here I don't understand.
Wow. I gotta hear it now.
I just wrote, Kate's dad grabbed Saeed.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
I guess that means when, like, he I don't know, they think Saeed's in charge, so they grab him, and I don't remember. I'll have to watch that again. Anyway, let's see. Oh, so let's talk about Henry, I guess, since this is when we find him.
Yeah, please. That's all I had in mind.
We made a couple jokes before in previous podcasts how, like, Danielle claims she's never seen another, and then once she finds Henry, she doesn't really care about him. But rewatching this episode, it doesn't quite turn out that way. She was very adamant about, Henry being another, and she turned out to be right. And she didn't forget about him. He tried to escape, and she shot him. And really, the only reason she turned him over was so that Jack could go take care of him. Now, the other thing is she didn't sort of come back to talk to him or find him after he was in the hatch. But, barring that, I think she was pretty much on par with her reactions to him, to finding another and being convinced he was another, except for, maybe wanting to ask him more about where Alex was.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. But besides that, I just wanted to say that I think she was pretty spot on. It wasn't like I remembered, like she was like, he's another, I must go now, and just like, just like leaves him.
That's more like what I remembered. I agree. It didn't play out like I remembered at all.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about this scene for that specific reason. Let me get your opinion on this. When Saeed cuts down Henry and he starts running, like, was Saeed just like you're laughing already? Was Saeed just like letting him go, or like what? I was not clear on what was going on.
It was a very weird scene. The fact that Henry started running anyway, I thought was very strange. That's the thing. It's like you got to sort of play both parts with this. If he is an other, so if he thinks he's in danger, I guess he should run. But then again, if he really wants to, pretend he's not, an other, he really should just sort of stay and explain himself more, I think. But he runs and then gets shot. I really think this played out very strangely because they just needed Henry to get to the hatch, basically, And so, obviously, a good thing to do for that is to, have him be injured so Jack can take care of him. Yeah. So somebody needed to shoot him. Danielle shot him with something less lethal, than the gun. Right. Which is why I think, if Saeed would have shot him, it would have been a lot different. So,
well, yeah.
Because who even knew Danielle had a crossbow?
I know. She just pulled that shit
it was like a cartoon. It was like Bugs Bunny. She just pulls it out of her back,
Yeah.
Yeah,
she just had one because they wanted her to have one.
It was weird that he was running. Like, did he really think he was going to get away? Where did he think he was going when he started running? And
But do you think it was Saeed's intention to just let him go, and he was like, he wasn't expecting or wanting Danielle to shoot him?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard to say because I think, obviously the scene was written very specifically so that Danielle would shoot him. But if I try to put this in a real world context, I think Saeed may have been a little stunned. He seemed, because he didn't believe he was necessarily an other. And then, he cuts him down, basically, I think to try to talk to him more and to rescue him. And then the guy starts running, and he doesn't sort of know what to do. He's not going to shoot him. So, I don't know what to say. I can't even speculate because it's so obvious that how they wanted this scene to play out,
Yeah.
That I don't think Saeed was necessarily acting as he sort of would in real life, if I can say that.
Okay. I guess that's the thing. They're moving the plot along, and so it just plays out really weirdly. But I just, I was just really shocked. I didn't remember the scene going that way. I mean, besides the fact that I thought Danielle didn't care. Like,
yeah.
I didn't think Saeed was...
Something in the net over there that might interest you. I'm going to the beach.
Yeah. I know. I must go now. Like, that's perfect. That's exactly what I thought. I mean, it's sort of like that, but yeah, I see what you mean. That it's not as bad as it seemed in retrospect, but I didn't remember the whole thing where Saeed lets him go and he runs and then Danielle shoots him. Like, I thought Danielle just shot him while he was hanging up there.
That'd be very cruel.
Which I guess would be kind of cruel and weird, but that's really what I thought. I thought she was like,
I'm just gonna shoot
"You're another," when she just shot him.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah, that's a weird scene. She is completely right though.
Everything she was so right. He will lie for a long time. He
really did lie for a very long time.
This makes me, watching season 1 and season 2 again, and having to, the difference finding out the difference between what I thought was going to happen and then what turns out to happen, and it's like sometimes people say things and they're right, and you don't when you see it, you don't necessarily believe them or necessarily even pick up on it. But she was really, really right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she couldn't have been more right.
It makes me want to believe her more in certain instances now, like in the future. Like if there's another time where something happens where she gives a statement like that, I'm gonna be more willing to believe her.
Yeah,
because she was like really, really right.
Yeah.
And I think Saeed said he was another too, didn't he? Pretty early on.
I mean, he tortured him because he thought there was a good chance. I mean, I don't know if he was totally committed until he, dug up the body.
Well, before that, he said he thought it was another because he didn't remember burying his wife, and he had just gotten through burying Shannon, so he knew what it is to bury a loved one, and knew that you would know how deep the grave and how many shovelfuls.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think
he has that scene at the end of this episode where he says he doesn't feel guilty, so he knows it was right or whatever.
Yeah, which is weird. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I know.
You have this intrinsic ability, like if you feel guilty about torturing someone, then you were wrong about it. But if you don't feel guilty, then somehow like mystically or something like you don't have there's no guilt if you're correct. And
yeah, it seems like the guilt would come from the fact that it was right or wrong, and not like the other way around.
Yeah,
where the guilt tells you if it's right or wrong.
Yeah, so basically you only torture to see if you feel guilty or not, because that's really the barometer.
Right.
Right. Oh, it's crazy. Everybody's crazy in this part of the season. Nobody knows what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, I forgot about that whole, have you forgotten? Thing.
Have you forgotten? I think they've forgotten, Charlie. Have you forgotten?
I remember at the time I saw this, I was thinking they were talking to the audience because
I think they are.
There was all this criticism coming out that everybody on the island doesn't remember what happened and no one cares. Blah blah blah.
That was
watching it on DVD, it doesn't seem as bad as it did.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That was a weird thing.
That was one of our not a real theory we had, I don't think, but that was one of our little theories that something about this island makes you not care,
Yeah.
It makes you forget the big things. It makes you not really want to get off the island. It makes you all that stuff, which I thought was sort of interesting, but I don't think they're going with that.
No, they're really not. They half explained why that happens, and they also made a lot of attempts in the show to show that wasn't true.
Yeah.
They did that whole SOS is a whole episode trying to deal with that. I
Definitely.
think. So, yeah, I mean I think what happens is they have so much plot and they just they lose sight of dealing with all the characters responding reasonably. And they're just dealing with the ones that are sort of involved. And so it makes other characters seem like they're just sort of, everything just kind of goes right by them and they don't really care. So, anyway.
Well, another thing we get in this episode is the infamous, Jack says, "What if he's telling the truth, John?"
Yeah.
And Locke goes, "What if he's not?"
Yeah.
The best argument ever.
That's the off-quoted argument that I love to refer to. Because it's such a great argument because it's just not an argument.
It's not an argument.
I'm just going to contradict what you said and we'll call that an argument.
Yeah. What if this food is poisoned? What if it's not?
Yeah, I know.
Well, good point. Let's eat it.
I know. I can't. Oh, God. Locke was right, though. Sort of.
Yeah, he barely. I can't wait to get to that episode that I was about to make a comment about. We'll get there soon.
Alrighty.
Let's move on if you're ready, man.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, there's more about Henry I want to talk about.
Oh, yeah, no, we'll get to it. We got more on Henry.
Yeah.
So, let's go ahead and talk about maternity leave. Episode 15.
Oh, you're moving on to the next episode?
Yeah, what did you think I meant?
Oh my God.
What did you think I meant?
I thought you meant you were just going to go to another topic in this episode.
Well, dude, according to our schedule, we got 5 more minutes if you want to talk more about this. But I'm ready, like I said, I'm ready to move on, but if you've got some stuff.
Yeah, I just want to mention a couple things.
Okay.
As I skim the transcript, I think his wife was supposed to have gotten sick. At least that was his story.
Yeah, that was his story.
So I just want to throw that out as another reference to the sickness.
I definitely thought that was a reference to the sickness. I thought, when he said that he was sort of because I think 90% of the stuff Henry says is he's prodding for information and for reactions. And I thought when he said that, Jennifer, his wife, got sick, that he was wanting to see if they had any, I think to a certain degree he was trying to see if they would react to that, to this idea of the sickness. Maybe one of them had gotten sick or they had heard about it or anything like that. But yeah, he definitely mentions the sickness. The fact that she got sick. Did anybody ask how or why? I mean,
no.
And even when characters do ask pertinent information, somebody's always there to change the topic. I love that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. How do you know our names? You took Walt. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
You wanted to talk, so talk.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Jack. I was just saying something.
Yeah, I was talking. Let me finish, and then you can.
Please.
Yeah. But, I agree. They mentioned the sickness. There's some weird things about Henry we got to talk about. There's a couple things he does that, even given that he's another, it's like, why would you do that? But let's. Oh, what? You got some more stuff on this episode?
Okay, I think that'll do. I had to bring up something Henry said. I knew he said something in this episode worth mentioning.
He's always
because I had forgotten that was how his wife was supposed to have died. So
yeah.
I think that's interesting to point out. Just because I agree, that's a good point. He's probably fishing for information.
Yeah,
because that is what he constantly does.
Constantly.
So I'm adding that into my I think there's a sickness hat.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, all right, we can move on now.
And the sorry, the
every
idea,
time I say it, you're not ready.
Well, I just want a little addendum. And the fact that, she got sick, but he didn't get sick was a question I would have asked.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I wonder the same thing about Russo and her team. It does seem weird if everybody's getting, in that case, it's two people, so I can say, okay, well, whatever. It's a little weirder when all of Danielle's team gets sick, but her. Like, that's just kind of bizarre. So, but I agree. I mean, it's definitely a question that doesn't get asked.
Maybe the sickness only affects men. I mean, I was assuming Danielle's team was all men for some reason, but
that may be true. I mean, I think the ones we know about were men. Robert and Montan.
I love Montan. I'd love to get a flashback and see how he's missing his arm.
I know.
Oh, man.
And now it doesn't really matter in the end because he's just going to get shot.
Don't worry, Montan. You're missing an arm, but here's a glass eye for you.
Oh, God. And then there's that shit.
All right. Episode 15, Maternity Leave.
Woohoo!
I know. One of the, the first time I saw it, one of the best episodes of the season. The second time I saw it, That's okay. It's okay. A desperate Claire attempts a return to the scene of her kidnapping, where she believes she might find the cure for baby Aaron's mysterious illness. Meanwhile, Jack and Locke must keep their prisoner a secret from the rest of the survivors. Meanwhile.
Oh, God.
Meanwhile, on the beach.
Meanwhile, back at home base.
This episode, I think, marks how clear it is that Claire is the worst mother in history. Now, I'll agree that, she's apparently have been drugged a lot of this, especially in the flashback. Obviously in the flashback, she seems to be drugged, but...
Yeah.
But to think that the guy who kidnapped you and put some, quote, vaccine into your baby... To think that you need to go find that again to give it to your baby now is very strange to me. She, I think seriously, if they were in America and she was acting like this, Child Protective Services would take the baby away. Because she's not thinking logically at all. Why she thinks that Ethan was telling the truth, that the vaccine was going to help the baby is beyond me. Because, this is the guy who tried to kill Charlie and kidnapped her. Why would you think this is a trustworthy individual? He's not. He's seemingly not a doctor. He's got medical skills, but I don't know what he is. But doesn't it seem odd that she would just this whole attempt to go find the medical hatch is predicated on the baby being sick and having a rash, and her thinking that the vaccine can help. And not even consulting Jack, not even saying hey Jack, they gave me this stuff and they told me it would help the baby, maybe I can go find it and maybe you can look at it not that he can really do any tests on it, but just consult the resident medical professional before you go try to find a vaccine to inject into your baby. That to me is the essence of insanity. As fragile as babies are and as sensitive as their immune systems are, to go and inject them with something that you have no idea what it does, no idea why the guy who kidnapped you and wanted to take your baby from you was going to do with that stuff. I just can't even believe that. And the fact that Kate agreed and went with her, and everyone was just being really stupid in this episode.
Now, she does go to Jack before she leaves.
She goes to Jack, but not to tell her what she's doing.
Not to tell him what she's doing,
yeah.
But at least she goes to him.
Well, she goes to him, because she goes to Jack all the time. Every time Aaron burps, she goes to Jack.
Right.
But, whatever. She's a new mother. She's worried. But, she goes to him, and Jack says he's fine. The fever will pass. It's just a rash. But she doesn't trust him. She doesn't believe him for whatever reason. And I understand from a writing standpoint, they want us to go back into the hatch and all that stuff. And that's the big reason why we do that. But it just didn't. I just hate Claire being this stupid. And she's even worse, obviously, in the flashbacks when she's sort of drugged up. But I think even a normal mother, even drugged up, wouldn't be that desperate to give her baby up. I think Claire has some real issues, man. I don't know. I don't know if they're just writing her that way just cause, or if they're really trying to say that she's got real issues, because she's been a really bad mother pretty much the whole time. I love that scene when something happened. I don't remember what happened. A couple episodes ago, I think. Something happened and with Charlie, and Claire came running with the baby, and Charlie was like, "What? You heard people screaming and you ran towards them with the baby? Did that make sense to you, Claire?"
Oh, I remember that.
That's when Charlie berates her about that. He's like, "Okay, well now Aaron is up. He's gonna be fussy all night. He's not gonna want to go to sleep anytime soon. Here, just give me the baby. Just give me the baby."
Yeah.
And it's just they have really gone out of their way to write her as a really bad mother. And I'm trying to figure out why, I know she's a new mother, and I know she doesn't,
Well, I think part of it is just her character is not
really together.
Yeah, she's a little flighty, and she's a little bit not that logical, or I don't want to say
dumb blonde.
I don't want to say intelligent, but she's a little
loopy.
Whatever.
She's a little loopy.
And there's so I think that's part of it. She doesn't think rationally about things a lot of times, and so I think her personal characteristics are just translating to how she deals with the baby.
Mm-hmm.
She deals with the baby like she deals with life. With a smile and a confused look.
And a slight tilt of the head.
So, yeah, I think, she's pretty young. She was going to give the baby up. I understand to some degree. I understand some of the things she does. I agree, going off to find this thing, that's sort of ridiculous. And then this has its sequel when Charlie brings the vaccine.
Yeah.
And she thinks that's a great idea. And then she gets advice from drunk Desmond not to do it and says, "Oh, okay, I guess I won't."
Yeah.
I don't know.
She really needs to give the baby to Rose or something, someone who can take care of it, because she is just I'm really surprised she knows which is the baby's head and which is the baby's feet. I really am. I'm really surprised. Claire, you've got the baby upside down.
What?
What do you mean? Oh, no. Claire, that's not a baby. That's a coconut.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The baby's in the tree.
The baby's in the tree. Claire, how'd the baby get in the tree? I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really
maybe
weird.
that's why like Charlie had all those visions, because like deep down he knows Claire's like doing a horrible job.
Yeah.
So he's just like constantly worried about like something happening.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. He just sort of knows that Claire is really incompetent, and as hard as she tries, she just doesn't. She's not making any progress.
I'll give her good intentions. That's the best I can give her. I think she has good intentions, but
what's the phrase about good intentions?
Oh, they paved the road to hell, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
So and I guess they do.
And you what?
And I guess they do.
Yeah, they at least paved the road to the medical hatch.
Well, what's the difference?
Quite a bit.
I know.
So anyway, that was my whole rant about Claire being a really bad mother. Let's talk about her.
It's a fair point.
Yeah.
It was amazing to me watching this, especially the scene where she escapes.
Oh, man, she wants to give that baby up.
I know. Where are you? I've got to give my baby away.
She's like,
Ethan, come back.
Ethan, I'm sure. Take the baby.
Please. Yeah, no. I don't know what kind of drug makes you want to give up your baby that badly.
Yeah, I don't even know.
And it's weird because, if you think about the timeline, the previous, few days to this, she's, it's episode 10 of season 1 where she's like crazy paranoid about people hurting the baby.
Yeah.
And she, rightfully so, obviously, but going back to the Claire psychic theory, she, oh God, I lost my point. What was I talking about?
You were talking about how she was really overprotective, and now she really wants to give up the baby.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's. I felt like I had a little more than that, but somehow my brain has lost it. She just not only did she want to give it up. I mean, she's like.
Yeah, it's not just about wanting to give it up. It's like that's her life's goal is to give up that baby right now.
Yeah, and like Alex has to like forcibly take her out.
Yeah.
Like. I thought they sort of like escaped together, but she sort of like makes her leave.
And I thought it was a little interesting how Alex was actually prepared with the little whatever is on that, whatever kind of knockout gas or liquid that stuff is. She was prepared. I don't know if that just is I know obviously it's a writing thing, but I don't know if that's purely a writing thing or if that was saying that Alex sort of knew that she might be unwilling to leave.
Right.
And she came prepared like that. I thought it was sort of weird how Alex just sort of left her out, just sort of knocked out. And I guess she thought she would just leave. But for Alex to think that Ethan and them wouldn't go looking for her, I think was a little naive.
I agree.
Especially since she was fairly close to the hatch. But I guess, I assume that Alex wasn't able to take her back to the camp. She wasn't, couldn't be gone that long or something.
Yeah, that was the sense I got. She's trying to keep up the ruse of not, she's with the other. She's not supposed to be helping Claire escape.
Yeah.
So I assume she wasn't able to go very far. It's weird. Danielle sort of picks up where she left off.
Let's talk quickly about the, what's it called? When they were going to do the operation, apparently. Do you really think that they were going to, perform a C-section or induce labor early and take the baby then?
I don't, but my question is, if they weren't, what were they doing?
No idea.
I mean, they were doing something. And, I got the sense that they were in this place just for Claire.
Yeah.
I mean, just based on the fact that they sort of abandoned it once she was gone, what else could they have been doing in there? I don't think they put that on for show. They did want Claire back. It's not like they wanted her to escape. I really don't believe that. So that's the thing that bothers me. I don't believe it because it just seems absurd. She was practically in labor already. If they just waited another week or so, she would have had the baby, and they didn't think she was going to escape. So it seems weird that they would say, "Oh, we're just going to cut it out now."
Well, maybe they couldn't wait a week for whatever reason. They don't obviously try to get the baby after she leaves anymore.
Yeah,
they don't seem to care anymore. I can only I'll throw in this little bit of information I know from watching ER is that when and I'm not a doctor, so don't try this at home, folks. When you have a baby that's going to be premature, they have a drug or something, some sort of medicine that helps to there's things you do if you know a baby's going to be premature, so that they can have a better chance when they're delivered or you take them out. Anyway, I was just wondering if whatever they were giving to the baby was sort of going to help the baby, the fact that it was going to be a week or two or whatever premature, if they were just trying to make it stronger or something. Because I know from watching ER, there's a drug that like you can give the baby that'll help the baby's lungs develop a little bit faster, so that if it's premature, that it'll have a better chance of surviving. So I don't know if the vaccine had something to do with that. We thought at a certain point that Desmond was taking the vaccine, maybe to stay awake or for endurance or stamina or whatever. So I don't know if the vaccine has any sort of those properties, and maybe they were giving it to the baby because they knew they were going to take it, so they wanted it to be a little bit stronger when it came out. Although it's pretty much done. People have a baby a week or two early all the time, I guess, right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. It's not that early.
It's not that early. But, so I don't know what that whole thing was about. I guess I can just assume that they were really going to take the baby because, okay, here's the scenarios. I'll just lay them out for everybody, okay? Here we go.
All right, please.
Yeah. Scenario A is that they really were going to take the baby, and Alex found out about it and rescued Claire. That's pretty much what we saw.
Right.
Scenario B is that they seemed like they were going to take the baby, but they really weren't. Alex misunderstood or whatever and thought they were going to take the baby that night and let her escape. C is they seemed like they were going to take the baby, they really weren't, and Alex knew that they weren't, but she lied and just wanted to get Claire out of there for whatever reason. So I think that's pretty much the only three options there. Either they were going to take the baby and Alex was right, or they weren't going to take the baby and Alex was wrong. Alex didn't know. They, whatever reason they were doing in that operating room, Alex got confused and did what she did. So, I'm just going to assume Alex was right. That I feel like she'd be privy to what's going on with the others. With information being pretty accurate there. So
yeah,
I think they were really going to take the baby, even maybe for whatever they had a time constraint where they just didn't want to wait that week, and or maybe they didn't really know when she was going to be due. Maybe they thought it might be 2 or 3 more weeks.
Yeah. Well, and it's a writing thing too, because it causes the tension that gets her out of there. If they were just going to wait for her to deliver, then Alex may not have had the incentive to show up, as urgently. Well, in a week from now, when you deliver the baby, they're going to take it. That just wouldn't have been very, dramatic.
You think that it wouldn't it have been easier to take the baby after the baby was born? I feel like Ethan could have taken Claire sooner if he wanted to, and the fact, he took her at a certain point, I think, for a reason. And I feel like they were under a time constraint. Well, he thought she
was going into labor because she did at the time.
Well, but by the time Ethan came, they were done, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, he did come because he thought she was in labor.
Because Charlie tells him that, and then that's when he sort of takes him, and by the time he actually takes him, what?
Oh, I think that makes sense then. Like, he was sort of waiting till the baby was born, and then he came when he thought the baby was about to be born, but then it was sort of false labor or whatever. Yeah. And so he was like, well, okay, we'll just take her back to the hatch and we'll just get the baby out now, So right. I think that sort of follows. They wanted the baby as soon as possible, and they seemed like they were going to wait, maybe. But, right. But yeah, I guess that sort of follows. I don't know.
Along a similar line of thinking, I want to talk about the scene between Ethan and Tom in this episode.
Who's Ethan? Who's Tom?
Well, there are 2 favorite others.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not Henry isn't included? No Miss Clue?
Sorry, Henry. Oh, sorry, Miss Clue. You 2 pick it. So...
pick it.
So Tom shows up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he does.
And the woman on the raft.
Or Tom's clone.
Or Tom's clone. Tom shows up, and, and he says the following. What the hell happened? You were supposed to make the list and then bring her in. Was I unclear? Okay. So, let me pause for a second. He was supposed to make a list. Alright? He didn't get a chance to, for some reason. He didn't have enough time or whatever. So I take it from this he didn't make a list. So I don't know. And at some point in the future they know their names, which makes it seem like they do have one. So anyway, whatever. That's a side point. The next thing, the thing Ethan responds with is that it's not my fault. They knew I wasn't on the plane. They had a manifest. And so my question about that is, how does he know that?
Well, because Hurley came around and was getting people's names, and came up to Ethan and asked him about himself and his.
But he didn't have the manifest when he was doing that. He didn't discover the manifest until, or he didn't discover. He didn't know about. Ethan shouldn't know about the manifest because he didn't find it until later in the episode, and it was after he talked to Ethan. And Ethan took Claire apparently because Charlie said she's going into labor, not because, oh, we know you don't belong here. Like, they don't find that out until, he's already taken them.
I thought when he was doing the census, they found the manifest right at, like, very soon after he started doing the census.
It was fairly soon, but it was after he talked to Ethan.
Okay.
Because,
I guess you just have to.
He had the names that he had already written down, and then he started checking them with the manifest, and that's when he realized Ethan wasn't on the plane.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things when, they've already shown that information travels pretty fast on this island, so, whoever, I can't remember specifically about the manifest, but, once they found out they had a manifest, it's not unreasonable that he found out fairly quickly, I guess.
But it didn't seem like from the episode that's what put him into action. Because, he was just, around gathering wood. Like, he should have known about the manifest already.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so are you saying he's sort of lying in his explanation to Tom?
I'm just saying I don't see how that's really... Yeah, I guess. I guess that's the point. I guess he could have known about the manifest, but that really didn't seem to be the reason he took her. So.
Well, okay. He says you were supposed to make the list and then bring her in. Was I unclear? I think it was a situation. It seems to me like part of it was that he was making the list, or maybe he hadn't started, but he had started the list but not finished it. And then, not only was Claire going into labor, but he found out that they knew he was on the plane, so he wasn't able to finish it before he brought her in. I guess that's the point, right?
I guess that's what he's saying. That just didn't seem to me to be the way it played out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, why... He was there long enough to make a list, right? I mean, I don't know what the list really entails besides names, but...
Yeah. I mean, there's more people, and we don't know exactly how long he was there. I mean, I think we saw him for one episode before this happens.
Yeah.
So...
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. But it just doesn't... It just doesn't make sense. If he really knew that already, I mean, he wasn't springing into action until he was prompted by the laborer. So, anyway, it seems like he should say that, not that they had a manifest, but that she went into labor. I thought she was going to have the kid. We want the kid, right? Like, that would be the line I'd expect him to say, because that's what it seemed like. So, anyway, whatever. Just seems like a bit of an inconsistency.
Yeah, but I think by this time it seemed like, I mean, I don't know how long Claire was there before this happened, but I mean, pretty soon, like, I mean, the nursery room's already done, so I don't know how they got that. Let's talk about that in a second.
Oh man, now that's a can of worms. Wow.
Yeah, there's a big thing in there we got to talk about. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't know how long Claire was there before Tom came to talk to him. I don't know if it was a couple hours or a day or what.
Well, just a general timeline. I mean, she leaves in episode 10 and comes back in 15. So, I mean, at most 10 days, I guess she was gone.
Yeah.
So.
I think they say how long she was gone. I don't remember though. They say.
Oh, they probably do.
Okay, well let's move that because I don't think we can come up with anything on why he said that.
One more thing before we move on from this subject, I just want to throw out this is the first mention I think of him.
Yeah.
So, whatever, make of that what you will, but that's one of those mysteries that's still hanging over our heads at this point.
Oh, that's what made me. That was interesting when he says, what am I supposed to tell him? You know what he's gonna do when he finds out. Damn it, Ethan. And if him is, I mean, I don't think it is, but if him is Henry, then I wonder if that's why Henry decides to take matters into his own hands and goes and gets caught.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I mean, if that's who him is, which so far Henry's the highest on the totem pole that we've seen.
True.
But I mean, it doesn't really fit with that line. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna go get himself caught. Like, I don't know why that's a dire situation, but.
Well, I feel like that's not what he means. I feel like he just means he's gonna. Well, that is a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
You know what he's going to do.
Which seems like he's going to do something bad. Like he's going to, reprimand us, or he's going to...
Yeah.
Or maybe, he's going to... I don't know. I mean, Henry didn't do anything really bad while he was there.
No, that's weird, though. Maybe that was his mission. But then again, I mean, once he escapes... It doesn't seem like he makes any effort to get the baby. Or maybe he's just given up at that point. I don't know. But that would be weird if that was his real thing.
Okay, he has to basically tell him, Claire is here now, and we don't have a list. And then what would Henry or him do in that situation? Okay, I'm going to go out and get the list myself, or infiltrate them, or, I mean, I don't really know what the consequence of that would be. I can't guess right off the bat what that would... You know what he's going to do when he finds out.
Oh, that's right. He's finding out about the list, not about the fact that she escaped. So
Yeah.
So he could have been going there to make a list, which would be more in line with what he says about going to get Locke.
Yeah, but he didn't encounter that many Losties while he was in the hatch.
Well, he didn't get the chance to, but I don't think it was his intention to get trapped.
Well, I really don't buy that he got trapped on accident. I just feel like the leader of the others should be a little more crafty than that.
I agree, but I just don't. I don't feel like that was his plan. Like, what happened? I just can't buy that was his plan. It just didn't. It didn't work out. I don't feel like it worked out that well.
I think it depends on what he wanted, obviously. I think to a certain degree he wanted to check out Jack and Locke and all those guys, and I think he wanted to get into the hatch. We've had theories about what he may or may not have done during the lockdown, and I think if he did anything in there, then that's one of the reasons why he wanted to get into the hatch, to have the opportunity, because he can't just walk up to the hatch, because he knows that they're in there. He can't just come in and say, oh, hey guys, I want to use your computer real quick, or I want to, do whatever. Maybe request the supply drop or whatever he did. Who knows what he did? But I don't know what that line means. You know what he's gonna do when he finds out. Hopefully, we'll get some flashback when Tom tells him, and he'll go, darn it, and maybe he does a couple backflips or something, and that's it.
Oh,
I don't know.
it.
That's all you get. He's gonna do 5 backflips.
I knew you would do that.
So, I don't know. Let's talk about when, let's see, where's the line? Claire sees the nursery and says, "Where did it all come from?" And Ethan said, "Well, I love to explain everything to you, Claire, but I'm afraid it would be a little overwhelming right now."
Yeah.
And I think if he explained, like, quantum physical manifestation, I think that would be a little overwhelming.
I agree.
I don't know how they got that stuff. And, the phrase "a little overwhelming" is very subjective, so...
I agree.
It could be like, man, we ordered all this from Amazon.com, and they originally sent our order, and it was completely wrong, and we had to go, and they had to take a restocking fee, and we didn't think they should, and we had to order new stuff. Then they were out of the new stuff, and then like,
oh God,
yeah,
it's like
it could be really boring, or it could be like, yeah, every third day of the month, the others have the power to create whatever they want, and we created this nursery for you. And
I remember at the time when I watched that scene, and I heard that line, I thought, man, I think when he says that, I felt like if he explained this, I feel like I would understand everything.
Yeah.
Like somehow it all makes sense if he would just explain how he got all this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that anymore, but it's still weird to me. I still don't like. I mean, I think the strangest thing is the mobile, the plane mobile that plays the song that she asked the potential adoptive parents to sing to her kid, but before she backed out, and it's oceanic planes, and I mean it's just a little too bizarre.
And why it would be oceanic planes, I don't know. We talked about that probably pre-podcast.
Yeah, it was off podcast.
Where why would he? She seems to remember that they crashed there, and that Charlie's living on the beach, and obviously that means there's sort of others on the other castaways on the beach. I just don't understand why they would want to remind her of where she is and in this dire situation that she's basically going to go have to live by herself on the beach without her baby. Like, I mean, that's a powerful drug that can make her aware of that, but not really care. And with the plane mobile, it's like, why remind her that she was in a plane crash? The same planes and
I mean... Yeah, sorry.
What would be the point of rubbing that in her face?
I know. That's what's weird. And like her memory is weird in this episode because like in that examination part, she seems to not realize that she got on the plane. Like,
yeah. She
sort of first fact that she's going to fly, and he's like, "Oh, flying in your third trimester, that's dangerous," or whatever.
Yeah.
But then later she's like, "What happened to Charlie?" And and then he says, when we got far enough away from camp, I let him go back. I mean, he's using the word camp. I mean, there's
Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, when we got far enough away, I let him go back. Okay. Like, it seems like, he's basically, I mean, he's saying what happened, except he didn't say he strung him up, but he's basically saying, we were leaving camp, and, and it's like, why would you remind her of that? Because then she might remember that she was taken against her will.
Right. She obviously doesn't remember how it happened, because, like, if she did, she wouldn't behave like this.
Yeah.
But she remembers enough to ask about Charlie.
I can't wait to figure out what happened in this. Because, I mean, it's funny, they gave us a flashback about, maternity leave. They gave us what happened to Claire, but there's still more questions.
I know.
About what was really going on, what was he doing with the vaccine, and, like, where did the stuff come from? Like, I just don't understand how they have these resources available to them. Paint for the nursery and a crib and all the little toys and stuff like that. I just don't understand how they have that available to them.
I don't either. It's really crazy. And, like, how quickly did they pull that together?
Yeah.
I mean, she's been on the, once she was taken, I mean, they've,
it's about 20-something days, right?
At most,
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine how they, to me, I mean, 20 days is a long time, but, I mean, even then, like, they didn't know about her the instant she landed.
Yeah.
So, however long it took was less than that for them to, like, pull this whole thing together. I mean, it's just really crazy.
How can they explain it if it's not some sort of manifestation?
The only explanation I can think of is that they can leave the island and get stuff.
Yeah, but then they have a customized mobile person somewhere.
Okay, see now that part I can't get around. Like if it was just regular furniture and stuff, I'd say okay, they just left the island and got some furniture, which is still a little weird. But maybe if they do the right heading or something, maybe they have a real fast boat that nobody's seen.
It's a Knight Rider boat.
Yeah.
Well, and then of course Henry later says God can't see this place.
Oh God.
Which
Literally.
Quickly I just want to say, whether or not God can see the place, like he still knows how long you've been gone because he would know when the last time he saw you was. So.
Oh, that's quaint.
Yeah, I'm just like, come on, Henry. God can do the math. He can count the days.
Zing.
Yeah, but I got his point. Whatever. If it's even true,
He's being a little dramatic and a little illogical, but yeah, I get his point too.
Yeah. Well, are you ready to keep talking about maternity leave?
I certainly am.
Because there's a lot more going on here. We're past our 20-minute mark, but this is maternity leave, so.
Yeah, maternity leave gets a special pass.
It gets a special pass.
That the whole truth will not get.
No, it won't. It's complicated.
Oh God.
I just cracked up when she said that. That's all she had. Anytime somebody pressures her about a question, her last defense is, "It's complicated."
I know.
Oh, son, it's always complicated.
It's like, son, I can explain your situation in like a sentence. It's not that complicated.
It's not complicated. Maybe she's not a native English speaker. Maybe she's using the wrong word.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe she meant to say it's really simple.
Oh God! I mean, to me, like when she says that, she really just means like I'm dodging the question. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, of course.
But it's just. I mean, it seems okay, but if you think about it, yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's
so. Let's talk about some other stuff. Maternity leave. Can I ask
Please.
Why can the armory door not be open from the inside since it has a handle?
Wow, you really stumped me. Of all lost mysteries, I think this one was the
That
most
one takes the
compelling.
cake. I mean, because that one and how they got the drugs in the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, I guess so. We've got two.
Hey, Carlton and Damon, how about you answer those? Forget Smokey. You answer us those questions.
Four-toed statue. All I want to know.
Yeah.
is why can't they? Yeah, that's weird.
Because, like, I mean, I understand, I guess the handle only opens after the combination has been set. But anytime when you...
Yeah, you're winning this one. I'm really trying to think.
Yeah, I feel like it can be open from the inside.
Maybe it has a key.
No,
don't worry, I don't believe that.
Well, I saw the one scene when Locke storms out of there and he closes the door and then he closed the handle and then he turned the combination.
Yeah.
So I guess it only opens when after you do the combination it unlocks and then you have to do the combination again to sort of open the handle again. Maybe
it's a safety thing where if you don't move the combination thing and you just close the door, you can still get out.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Woo!
I guess. I'm barely buying it.
I know, but hey, that was better than my first try.
Yeah. Because my question is why even have a handle on the inside then?
What do you mean?
Well, why have a handle on the inside if the handle on the inside can't open the door? You know what I mean?
No, didn't I just try to explain this?
Well, isn't it the same thing? I mean, the safety issue still holds. Like if you open it from the outside with the handle, you turn the combination to the last number and it opens. But if you don't have a handle on the inside, you're still fine, right? I mean, it doesn't. Even if the door gets closed, as long as it doesn't move, you can still open it. You can just push the door open. You don't need a handle.
Really?
Why would you?
Well, I'm assuming there's like a latch thing.
Well, but you have to close
doors.
it. No, but you have to close the handle, though. You have to close it. From what I've seen what they do, you got to close it back. That handle is basically... It seems like the handle is the lock.
Oh.
Because when they close it, they always move the handle back when they close it.
Okay, yeah, I'm out.
Okay. Oh, we just played Let's Stump Justin.
I made a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, you got through one round, but round two saw your defeat.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, there's just no good reason there shouldn't be. In that situation, there's no reason for there to be a handle.
Yeah, I just don't.
I mean, unless like somebody pulls down the handle and you're stuck in there, but they don't mess with the. I know that's silly, but that's the only situation in which I can think where it would be helpful to have it.
Yeah.
Besides that, it seems utterly useless.
Pretty useless. So I gotta say, one of the best lines Henry ever said, funny wise, is they're trying to, this is early on, obviously. Jack and Locke are trying to figure out what to do with him, and Henry goes, "How about you let me go?"
Right.
From the other side, and it was very, very, very funny. But my thing about that was, obviously he could hear them, talking through the thick door. Mm-hmm. And there's a couple. Okay, this is gonna be a very scattered conversation because I got a couple things here. One is, why would he? That's basically an ace up his sleeve, especially since he's a bad guy. Why would he give away that he can hear them when he could just shut up and not be funny with this comment, and then basically take the opportunity, in the next however long he's going to be there, to overhear conversations and to see what they really know and to get a heads up on what they might be planning. Why basically say, "Hey, I can hear you guys, so make sure you don't say anything important around me, or out there." Why give that up to me, unless it's sort of like he didn't need that ace up his sleeve, or he can hear them and it's not really because it's the door, that the door is thin. Maybe he's got some sort of telepathy power. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really know how to take that. I didn't know if it was a power thing or just because the door is seemingly thin, which that door is not thin at all. But
yeah, I know.
I mean, how he can hear them with such clarity. I mean, they yelled. There's a couple of times where people have yelled back and forth between the doors. So I guess it's not that bad. But they weren't really yelling. They were just talking normally. And so how he can hear them so clearly, I thought was a little weird. But I guess my big question is, why would he give up that ace up his sleeve, especially if he fears his life, I wouldn't want to let my captors know I can hear them planning my demise,
Yeah. They don't really do anything with the information, though. It's not like they even try to, is there a single scene where they're like, "Oh, he can hear us"?
No, they forget.
I don't even think they care.
Yeah, so, and I think Henry forgets too. I really think. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think it's just to be funny because there's that one scene when like they're gonna do something to him or something. They come in and he doesn't even know they're about to come in. Which really they should, because you can hear the combination ticking from the inside. Yeah. But he doesn't seem to know. But I gotta think about that. That's an SOS. I've got a theory about what he was doing there.
Oh, okay.
But I just wanted to bring that up.
That's good. Like I think. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, he hasn't been revealed yet. There's still making him ambiguous, and so that's a little step in the sort of likable, maybe he's okay direction.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
So, I think that's part of it. They're not quite ready to just, make him behave totally realistically. They're kind of giving him, so I feel like that's part of it. I really liked it when I first heard it because I didn't know anything about Henry, but reasonably, it doesn't make sense, but, this is Lost. What do you want?
Well, I don't want his logical plot things.
Yeah. Good. You've got the right place.
That's a weird thing to say. Ethan says what he's injecting into Claire is medicine for the baby.
Right.
So I was thinking, what if they're trying to really be nice? They seem to want children and to be protective of them in some sort of way.
Yeah.
As Goodwin's saying, they're better off with us. So what if there is a sickness or whatever, and the vaccine was really protecting Aaron from whatever it was? That's my first part. And
I think that's a possibility. I mean, I don't believe that they would inject her for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's definitely
a reason. We can agree on that.
A reason for it. And
yes.
That's the explanation they offer, and I don't quite 100% believe it, but I think it's a possibility.
Okay. Now here's the other thing. This is a very loose assumption, but you know how Charlie starts acting weird towards the end of season 2, and especially in the last episode, he's acting very, very strange.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, since he came up to Claire and offered her the vaccine, what if he's working with the others now? Don't ask me how or why.
Okay.
Because I have no answers. But I thought that might sort of explain his weird behavior, and then sort of explain why he would give give the vaccine to Claire. Since that's what they were trying to do. That's what Ethan was trying to do: give the vaccine to the baby, and so he tries to give the vaccine to the baby too. So I was just trying to put those two things together to see if maybe he got compromised. I think if anyone could be a mole, or not necessarily a mole, but if anyone could be turned against the others, against the other Losties, I think Charlie's definitely on that list.
Really?
He really has no real allegiance to anybody. I mean, I guess he and Hurley are friends, maybe. And of course, he has an affinity to Claire and the baby. But besides that, I don't think he has any strong connections to anybody. And I think, given a good argument, a good convincing argument, he might be willing to sabotage. And in his eyes, it might not even be sabotage, but sort of work with the others, or even if all they want him to do is make sure Claire gets the baby gets the vaccine, and they give him a really good reason why, I could see him going along with it. Especially if they're like, yeah, we really love Drive Shaft. He'd be like, oh yeah, I'll do whatever you want.
Music to me ears, mates. Music to me ears. Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think so.
I refuse to believe that anyone's a mole at this point. I think they're done with moles.
Yeah. Oh, I got a big reason why Kate's not a mole too.
Yeah, I definitely. It seemed to me that Charlie started acting like he was a little weird before, but it seemed like he really started acting weird after the failsafe thing.
Yeah.
And so I got the sense it had something to do with that, and not necessarily him working with the others. But the thing with the baby and the vaccine, I just chalked that up to Charlie's insanity.
Oh, okay.
And not him actually trying. And I just don't think so. Although based on the evidence, it really could be. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either. But I just wanted to bring that up.
It's a fair point.
I'll go ahead and say right now, or I guess it's a maternity leave, so I can say it.
Great.
I think the biggest piece of evidence that Kate is not a mole is she doesn't say it. I guess she says in SOS, but it's in here when she finds the beard and the costumes and stuff. Mm-hmm. If she was a mole, why would she tell Jack about that?
Yeah.
Why would she basically tell Jack that Tom is playing dress up and that the others aren't who they seem to be? I don't think she would tell him that if she was a mole.
Right.
Maybe she's trying to gain his, obviously she wants to get back in his good graces, but maybe if she is a mole, she's doing that to get back in his good graces. But I just don't believe she would let them know that.
Why would she even investigate it in the first place? I mean, she should know.
For us, basically.
Yeah.
For us.
I know. But I think definitive proof about Kate being a mole should come here in season 3 now that she's captured by
Yeah, no, if they they're like, okay, get the girl, go get Kate, and they get her, and Jack is like, no, don't take her, and they get her, and then like they untie her, and they're like, hey, Rebecca, like, I was glad to have you back, and she's like, yeah, whatever.
We always knew you were born to run, but this is ridiculous.
Oh, jeez. All right, he'll be here all night, folks. Try the fish.
Sorry, I had to.
Really
So, yeah, the whole thing with the vaccine and we don't have enough vaccine for you.
I love that. Oh, Claire, we don't care if you get sick, but it's all about the baby.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird. Like, I have to believe, I don't know what to do. I'm at the point where I sort of believe there's a sickness, but the others should be smart enough to know that no one's gotten sick of the plane crash survivors, and maybe, make the leap that it's just not really a problem anymore.
Well, it depends on the sickness. I mean, it obviously depends on how it works and what it does. I mean, they could all be infected and it hasn't manifested any symptoms yet. I mean, obviously Rousseau's been there a long time and she seems to be okay, but who knows why that is. I mean, they could already be infected and they just don't know. So who's to say? Because we don't know how it works. I thought it was weird that Claire sort of thought the baby was sick, and then gives the baby to Son, and keeps the baby around other people. And it's like, if you think the baby's really this sick, or you got to go find this vaccine, aren't you worried that it's going to infect other people? And you just willy nilly give the baby to people and that's it.
Oh yeah.
To me, that's a pretty big concern that the baby could affect other people, and she gives it to Son, and
she didn't even think that far ahead.
She didn't.
I didn't even think of that, so don't expect Claire to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the baby has a rash. I mean, at the very least, a lot of rashes are communicative.
Nice.
Huh?
Nice.
What?
Communicative.
Oh, yeah, I pulled that
Good
one.
little word there.
Thanks. How many points did I get for that one?
I will say 3.
3 points? Okay. That's all.
Yeah.
3 out of what? What's the maximum you can get? 5?
10.
10?
Yeah.
I only get 3 points for communicative?
It's a pretty well-known word. You don't get to use it a lot, but it's not super crazy. It's just nice. Okay, how many points do you want?
3 out of 10 though, man. I mean, I feel like saying there's a lot of words I think are 3s.
Okay,
Damn.
fine, get 6. Never mind. God.
I'm sorry, I just thought it was worth, it was
my
worth more.
My points are worth a lot. I mean, a 10 would be astounding. So.
Well, what's a 5?
Don't ask me for examples.
Okay.
I have to take cases as they come. I can't just think of what would be a good. Never mind.
I just thought communicative, if you're going to rate it, it's a little bit above a 3 out of 10. I mean, that's
all right.
That's failing. That's 30%.
All right. God. No, it's like the AP test. You only have to get 50% to get a good
It's
score,
like the what?
So.
The SAT.
The AP test.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not like the AP test.
Episode number 15, maternity leave.
Yeah. Anything else you want to talk about? I'm pretty much done.
Oh, is there ever? There's 2 things. Number 1, the Echo Henry Gale scene where he confesses to him, sort of.
Yep.
That he killed, the others.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I needed to tell someone. And, I mean, do you buy that explanation? I mean, do you think...
That he told him because he needed to tell someone?
Yeah.
Well,
I believe he needed to tell someone, but do you really believe that's the only reason he told Henry Gale specifically?
I think he told Henry because he knew Henry was another.
I do too. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I think he knows that, and he just it's weird. He just walks in, he knows he's another, he makes his confession, and he leaves, and he never really gets involved in the situation.
Yeah, I think it would have been a little overwhelming for us if we had, Rousseau saying he's another, Saeed saying he's another, and then Echo saying he's another. So I think they basically stopped short of basically Echo saying, I wanted to tell you because I know you're one of them. You know, there's a lot of evidence against, Henry the whole time, and there's just a little bit that still makes us think he's telling the truth or that he's not another. But so I think they just wanted to keep this one a little bit more vague, which is the only reason I can think that he says, I wanted to tell someone instead of saying, I wanted to tell another.
Yeah.
That's the only
Yeah, I mean, he says, I need you to know how sorry I am for this.
Yeah.
I need you to know that I'm back on the righteous path now.
Oh, God.
And that I regret my actions. I ask you for your forgiveness. I mean, if he's just telling someone, you don't need to ask that person. I mean, it seems like he's saying that because he knows, this guy's another, and he maybe knew those people, and it's, it's from his group, and so, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how Henry would take this either.
Especially since we already know that he was sorry for killing those two guys. He's talked about that before to other people, that he killed the two, and he.
Yeah, that was the whole 40-day silence thing.
Exactly. So he's already told people that. And now here's another thing about this. He says, I need to know I'm back on the righteous path. Now, I don't know what this thing is about, righteous and religion being good or something. Like, is Henry supposed to be like, oh, okay, you're on the righteous path now, therefore you're good or something? Or are we supposed to equate that? Or is he just saying I'm on the righteous path and that doesn't have anything to do with what's going on with the others or with Henry? I'm just wondering why he felt the need to say that. He cuts his little beard off, the two strands on his beard, the two longer strands.
Right.
Is that supposed to represent those two men?
Yeah, I think so.
That's really strange.
It is really strange. But I think that is what that's supposed
growing
to be.
those until he can tell whoever.
Yeah.
It's one thing, I can understand if you want to sort of carry a burden and remembrance of what you did, but the beard, that's not, it's one of those things that doesn't affect you at all. I don't see any symbolism in that, really. If he I don't know, cut off two of his fingers or something, or something a little less drastic than that. You know what I mean? I can understand if he wants to have some connection to the two men he killed physically, but that to me, I don't understand the significance of that at all. Of growing these two longer pieces of his beard. What does that mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be some sort of tribute, I guess.
But then why cut them off? When you're done, you felt,
I guess he feels that in this scene he's finally sort of
absolved.
Yeah, made his peace with the situation or whatever. Now that he's told another, how he regrets what he did and blah blah blah, and that he's really sorry, and I guess he feels like he's at this point, now that he's told this person who he thinks is with these people, he's ready to sort of move on.
It's just weird.
I agree. Don't worry.
What else you got?
Okay. So I have one thing, and I can't take credit for this idea.
Damn it.
This is a Jennifer idea. I promised her I'd give her credit. So
okay.
So there it goes. The theatrical glue that Kate finds has a Dharma logo on it. So that seems to suggest that Dharma itself was involved in this dressing up charade.
Yeah, it seems to suggest that was definitely a Dharma supply.
Now, why would they have that supply?
Good question. It goes on the list of why they have a lot of stuff.
Well, I agree,
yeah,
but it's a very, very peculiar thing to have. I mean, for food and like random sort of strange
I think
candy bars or whatever, I can say whatever, but
I would say that. I mean, is that supposed to mean that Dharma did periodic theatrical shows or something? Like, maybe to entertain the people who were there, maybe part of the Utopian group, like they put on shows or something. Like, I mean, that's what's coming to mind right now, is that, just for their own sort of, entertainment, that they would have people who put on shows and did stuff. And I can't really think of why they would have that already, unless, Dharma just orders everything from the catalog. We want one of those and one of these and two of those. And
yeah, well, so you don't think they were doing this thing where they dress up to fool people like the others are doing? The others just sort of took these supplies and came up with this plan.
Well, obviously, Marvin Candle and Waxman, there was some dressing up going there, some identity things there. I guess I'd have to wonder what would be the purpose of any Dharma person dressing up, especially in that kind of costume, the sort of hillbilly costume.
Right.
Unless they were trying to fool someone into thinking, again, that there's these indigenous people on the island.
Right. And we still don't know why the others do it.
Yeah.
But it seems a bit odd that
yeah, I mean, that's a good find, and it does tie together. It brings some questions up, because, like, obviously we saw the FAMP, and
right.
we saw, so we saw them pretending to, live, meekly, but we also saw the Fatch.
Yeah, right.
Which is definitely a Dharma. It's definitely a Dharma reference.
Exactly, like they know what the hatches are for them to make a fake one.
I don't want the others to be part of Dharma, and I guess maybe they seem like they're gonna be.
Right, that's kind of where it seems like that might be leading. But I feel like they were definitely a part of Dharma at some point.
Yeah.
I still don't think they are anymore. But I do have to wonder why Dharma had theatrical glue, because that's a pretty weird supply to have.
Thank God for theatrical glue orderers. Thank God for I don't know, man. Who knows?
You win.
I guess they had to. I mean, it was either they're going to have this glue and they weren't going to put Dharma on it, or they were. And I guess it just made more sense to put the Dharma logo on there, because it would. Maybe they were saying, well, if we don't have a Dharma logo on there, people are going to wonder how it got on the island. But if we put a logo on there, they'll just say, oh, okay, well, Dharma ordered it, They had all these other supplies, So it could be a very just sort of, reasonable thing to do, just so we wouldn't ask how this got there. But then, of course, it ties itself to something else.
Right.
So I don't know.
Right. I think maybe we're just not supposed to think about it and just, whatever. But it never occurred to me. So anyway, whatever. I thought that was interesting. An extremely minor point. Locke gives Henry Gale, the brothers, Karamazov. It's hard to say. By Dostoevsky to read, and Henry Gale says, Dostoevsky, you don't have any Stephen King.
Which I'm sure you loved.
Well, Locke says the library is a little outdated, and I want to respond to that Stephen King has been writing since the 70s. There's no reason why there couldn't be Stephen King in the Hatch. He's not some like crazy new writer.
Yeah.
Like this. He's been around for quite some time.
Yeah.
So it's kind of silly that he talks about the library being outdated. I mean, maybe if he said Harry Potter or something, that would make more sense. But Stephen King is. Yeah.
Well, what was Stephen King's first big book? When was he?
Carrie.
Okay, and when was that?
Well, for a year, I'd have to look it up. Oh boy. I think I will go with...
Because, I mean, you know, I'm wondering if he means, like... I mean, how old could that stuff be? I mean, it can't be that old. Unless he's saying... Because what I thought he meant was that he says outdated in terms of, like, just all the books there are just really old books, like old classics.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, that's sort of what I thought he meant. Not that, like, they just don't have any new books. It's just, like, they only have old books.
I know what you mean, but, yeah, Carrie was 74.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's plenty old to
So by the time of Dharma being a big thing, I could see, you know, they could have that. But, and to me, that line seems like Locke is a line, even though he was alphabetized in the library. But it just seems like a line. He thought he was funny or something.
Yeah, I agree. And so did Henry.
Yeah, he thought it was funny too. Just take the book.
I know. Shut up. Okay. Let's see. What am I doing here? Okay, one more thing I have to bring up is this scene at the end, which sort of ties into that, where Henry Gale tries to get to Locke by, you know, are you the genius? Are you the guy who always feels like he's living in the shadow of a genius? Now, first of all, I'd like to mention that I think calling either Locke or Jack a genius is, you know, extreme exaggeration at best.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would have been a little more better to say, are you Dostoevsky or are you Hemingway?
Yeah, exactly.
But I think they wanted to make the point very clear.
I guess that's the idea. And then, like, Locke has this line, I was never very much into literary analysis.
Yeah.
And it's like, that
although, he's the one who just brought up this whole thing about Dostoevsky and Hemingway. He's the one who's talking about, he was yeah.
But what he said really isn't literary analysis. I mean, he's just talking about the authors and their, you know, their, like, personal lives.
Yeah.
Like, that's not analyzing the literature.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, you're right, he did bring it up. I agree. And him saying that does seem like he's brushing it off. Like, well, why are you talking about that? You know, I'm not into that, you know, even though it was his whole thing. But it just seems that line doesn't work. I don't
like the line. I don't think you can come off and tell sort of esoteric things about writers and then say I'm not into literary analysis, even though, you know, obviously he's not talking about the books themselves. But, like, I feel like if you're going to know information like that, you're going to read their books and be able to back it up, you know. And I get unless it's sort of one of those things where Locke is just sort of, you know how sometimes, and I do the same thing, everybody does this every now and then, you sort of say, you know, you say something or you speak on a topic and you're really just, repeating what you've heard other people say, and then you're not an expert yourself, and we do that all the time, obviously. And it seems like maybe Locke was doing that to a certain extent, you know, maybe he had some job where he worked at a library, or he worked somewhere, and he overheard that, or he read that, you know, he read some article about this thing Hemingway had about Dostoevsky. So he was really just repeating it. And so, you know, he's really not into literary anything. He's just sort of repeating this information.
Yeah.
Because Locke doesn't seem like a big reader to me anyway.
Yeah, me either.
But anyway, that line is he's definitely dodging it. He doesn't know what to say to that. I mean, how would you answer that anyway?
Yeah, but that's one of the few lines where, to me, it just sounds like wrong.
Yeah, he really should have just done the standard, what do you mean?
Yeah, something like that would have been fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been crappy, but at least, like, that line just sticks out because it just sounds wrong in that place. Like, it seems like it's from another conversation. Because it just doesn't fit. I'm
going to give an angry letter to Don Lamberstein Kelly and Matt Raghihati and let them know that line isn't very good.
please. I mean, I like their episode, but I just think they went wrong. And I like the idea of this scene, but just line just kills me. And then Henry says, "I don't understand why you let the doctor call the shots." And then Locke says, "No one calls the shots. Jack and I make decisions together."
Oh, right, okay, my mistake.
I know, Harry Gale is such an ass. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking about somebody else. I'm sorry. Got you totally confused with somebody else.
Oh my god, he's so, oh man.
What I don't get, I mean, I really hate this. I love this scene, but I hate this scene because Henry is so obvious in what he's doing, and Locke just doesn't see it.
I know, that's the thing.
And Locke was played so easily, and then he goes out and, loses his temper, and it's so, for a man his age, I think, he should be...
childish.
It was a little too childish, and I thought it was really weird how, that basically Locke is wow, Henry thinks that I'm not in charge, or specifically that Jack is in charge, and that makes me angry. Why would he care what Henry really thinks,
Right. See, I think what Henry's doing is sort of rubbing in something that's bothering Locke already.
I agree, because I was going to say, it seems like in these episodes, Locke is very concerned about who's saying what and who's doing what. Like we said before, he says, "Who are we to tell people what they can and can't do," and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like he's all about being in charge and stuff. And this is my hatch. Well, for now it's his hatch.
For now, yeah,
pretty
it's not
soon.
Gonna be his hatch pretty soon.
Well, in another episode or two, it's not my hatch. Don't say that.
I noticed the first time he said that, but now I forgot when that was.
When he says it's his hatch?
Yeah.
Oh, he says that all the time.
Yeah. But I think...
he says it in The Whole Truth, I think, was the first time.
Oh, okay. Wow, that was really soon before he decides it's not anymore.
Yeah. Well, he was acting like it was his hatch before he actually said my hatch.
That's true. But it seemed like a turning point somehow when he finally called it that, But this scene really disappointed me because, I liked Locke for a long time in season 1, and I put up with him to an extent in season 2, and he already started to lose me when he hit Charlie.
Yeah.
And other stuff he had done this season was losing me too, but this just, I hated Locke after this. He just totally lost me.
Yeah.
I guess now with a little perspective, I can appreciate what they were doing with him, but he's so far from what he seemed like in season 1 here.
I don't think he'll ever get back to that.
Yeah, I guess not. It was too...
Locke is the first album from your favorite band, or the first album that you really liked from your favorite band. You really like it, and you hope the subsequent albums are as good, and usually they're not. Just the first season Locke was really good, Yeah. And subsequent seasons of Locke, I don't think will be as good. He just won't be the same guy,
Although, upon watching it again, I sort of saw that he lost it before the end of season 1, but it was just a little more subtle than it is in season 2. It wasn't as obvious that he was really not that good of a character anymore, or not that whatever of a character anymore that he was when he started out.
Does he look older to you in these episodes?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're doing a makeup thing with him or what it is, but I remember watching one of these episodes and I was just wow, he just looks older. He looks more haggard.
Yeah, I think they are doing a makeup thing. At least that's the sense I get, because I just don't think he's aged that much. And he really does look a lot in the pilot. He looks pretty fresh-faced. Except for the scar, but it's weird looking at the pilot. I sort of noticed that when we were watching it again. I didn't say anything because it's not that important, but he's really sort of clean, and the lines in his face aren't as sort of deep and obvious. And I think they decided they liked that sort of more haggard looking Locke, and they sort of made that more Or they were covering it up more originally or something.
I think I feel like they're doing it specifically because of who his character is in this part of the season.
Yeah.
Or and so maybe when he gets more whatever, they'll return him to his more youthful appearance. Can I just say real quick how stupid it was that was it Ana Lucia? Someone asked Henry, like, why don't you have a beard? I think it was Ana Lucia. And he's like, oh, because I shaved.
Yeah.
But the next logical question is how and with what did you shave with?
Well, he was ballooning around the world, so he had a razor with him.
After he crashed?
Yeah.
I mean, he kept that razor with him the however many days or weeks it had been since they crashed. Like, I just don't buy that. And even if that is the case, I think it warrants asking.
I mean, the Lost people are shaving. I assumed it was the same thing.
The Lost people were shaving, but they were on an airplane that had like a lot of supplies and a lot of resources. Yeah. Like he well, first of all, he really didn't crash.
Well, I know, but I'm saying that's supposed to be his story. I mean, obviously, the real reason he's shaved is because he's another, and he lives someplace where he can shave all the time.
Yeah, I just didn't buy that. Like, why? I mean, it's just like, okay, my point is, if his answer was going to be because I shaved, why even bring it up? Because obviously he doesn't have a beard because he shaved, so that's a moot point. Unless you're gonna make a deal of asking that question, then why even ask the question?
Yeah, no, you got a point. Yeah, you got a good point.
Yeah, so I thought it was gonna be like, well, what did you shave with and how and where's your razor now and like all that stuff.
No, none of that.
None of that. Oh, okay, you shaved. Yeah. Next question. I mean, that's the worst.
I never would have guessed
ever.
that was why you didn't have a beard. I just assumed.
Yeah. I thought you didn't have a beard because you were another. Like, others don't have beards.
Yeah, that's... wow, that seems really ridiculous when you put it that way.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It was a very weird thing. Like, unless... That's the thing about writing. I mean, if you don't usually say things unless you're going to make a point about them. And why raise up that question? Unless the writers thought that was a viable answer. Because I shaved.
I know.
Oh, okay. Like, whatever.
I had laser surgery, and I can't grow facial hair anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God, that'd be weird.
That would be really weird, but I don't know what else they're going to get, Come on.
So, are you ready to go to the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I think so. How long did we spend? Oh, dear.
We spent about, 45 minutes to an hour on maternity leave, I think.
Really?
Okay. Something. I'm not counting.
I was just wondering how bad we went over. All right, yeah, no, I'm ready for the whole truth. Bring it on. I want to know all the truth.
So let's go here to episode 16, The Whole Truth. And nothing but the truth, so help you God, son. All right, this is obviously Sun and Jin BS. Let me read the little synopses here. Sun wrestles with the idea of telling Jin a newfound secret that threatens to upset the entire balance of the survivors' community.
What?
I think they oversold that one a little bit.
What? Say? Oh my God! Did anybody even care? What?
Nobody cared.
Oh my God! Wow! I can't believe they wrote that.
Now I got a theory that maybe this is why they wrote that. We'll see, but I don't buy it. But we'll see. Locke enlists Ana Lucia to interrogate the prisoner in order to extract more information that he, Jack, or Saeed could. Interesting. That was a very short synopsis.
Yeah.
Or synopsis. Which one is it?
Synopsis.
Synopsis. Yeah, okay. And I think it's communicable, not communicative.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That thing I said earlier. Maybe that's why you gave me 3 points because it was the wrong word.
Yeah, that was probably it. I know I'm wrong, even when I don't.
Well, it's like Saeed. You felt the guilt, so you know.
Yes.
That's
what happened.
Okay, the whole truth. Oh, did we haven't been... We used to do this all the time, like clockwork, but now we sort of forget to do the,
we haven't...
to talk about the titles.
We really haven't done that. Well, let's see. Long Con, that one's obvious.
Yeah. One of them is
obvious. Maternity leave is obvious. Okay, we're done.
All right. We're done. That was quick.
That was really easy.
All right. The whole truth is pretty obvious, too.
Yeah, it is.
The guy, that's a Jack line, which I think is very interesting that he said that. Should we jump right into that?
Sure.
Okay.
Whatever you got, man. It's your show. I'm just talking on it.
Oh, really? That's what I say to you. It's your show. I'm just talking on your show. So anyway, the titular line, how many points for that?
Titular, only because I've heard you use it so many times before.
Damn it.
2 points.
Oh, damn. Okay. But it's complicated. No.
Nice try.
Okay, so this is the scene when... there's a lot to talk about, I think, in a very narrow way.
Okay, Patrick.
How many points for that reference?
You know what?
Little American Psycho reference there.
Just because I didn't see it coming, I'll give you 4 points.
Nice. I'll never get above 5. That's okay. So there's a lot to talk about here. Okay, let's start from the beginning, okay?
Please.
Sun thinks she's pregnant. She goes to ask Sawyer for a pregnancy test. Why she thinks he has one is beyond me. Of course, he does have one because he has everything. Yeah. And so she enlists the help of Kate, and then, of course, the line that we've been joking about for a long time.
Oh, God, yeah.
Kate sits down, and when she's really being the audience here, and she goes, "Who travels with a pregnancy test anyway?"
Right.
She does the really... If you guys watch that scene at home, I don't know. To us, it seems like it was a very contrived scene and a very fake laugh. And Sun just looks at her like, okay, now that we've got that out of the way, let's go to the real conversation.
Yeah, thanks for the obligatory joke. That's the thing. I don't think she, the actress, I don't think she believes in that line. She doesn't deliver it like she believes in it.
Yeah, I agree. I felt like maybe that they had that little... Because the way that scene was cut, it looks sort of like an insert to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if they filmed that separately or if that was just the last-minute idea to put that in there, but it came off very differently than the footage before that scene and after that. Before that line and after that line. It came off just differently. And so, yeah, it was really weird. It was really weird. I think they just had to get that out of the way so no one asked.
Yeah.
We asked anyway, but... Well, I guess it couldn't be too much of a last-minute thing since it was, the box was a... Well, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. Explaining it was last minute, not having the test, but explaining it was last minute.
Because maybe,
anyway.
I could see someone, at the last minute, the script's written, wait a minute, why is there a pregnancy test?
Yeah.
I have a solution.
I have a solution. We'll just make them wonder why they
and then we're immune. That's all we have to do. It's really the same kind of thing as, thank God for fireworks smugglers.
It's exactly the same. And they had Kate do this, it's Kate again having to do that thing. Thank God for a fireworks smuggler. Ha, 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 ha.
Okay.
It's like, God. So anyway, then Jack gets involved because the test seems to be... it was really weird. It was a very anticlimactic scene.
Yeah.
Kate goes, "You're pregnant," and Sun goes, "Is it 100% sure?" And Kate goes, "There's only one way to find out." And I'm like, what the fuck are they going to do?
Right?
Do exploratory surgery in her uterus? What are they going to do? And all they do is ask Jack if the tests are accurate. He's like, yeah, they're pretty accurate.
Yeah, I know. That's all he had. And that's, oh, God.
Oh, man, there's only one way to find out.
That was really anticlimactic. Not that I expected anything crazy, but...
Yeah,
it's just...
but you think on the box on the back it would tell you how accurate the test is.
Yeah, I know. It does, I think.
It should.
Not that I've taken one before.
Well...
have you taken one? Yes. Yes, I have.
Yes, I have. And I have 5 kids, and they're all named Wayne.
Zing.
All right.
Okay.
That was weird. Don't do that again.
That was weird.
So anyway, Jack, Sun, and Kate are talking, and they said, Kate's like, "You're not going to tell Jen?" And Sun's like, "I will in time. It's complicated." I was like, oh, God, Sun. Yeah. So Jack says, "As complicated as Jen being the last one on the island to find out you spoke English?" diss in the face.
Yeah,
man.
hello.
Wow, that
she
was
did say
that was a
stuff.
diss.
I think she did say that was complicated too.
That was complicated too. Yeah, that's a diss from that's one from Dr. Diss. Jack likes to do it every now
and then. Yeah.
Son, my advice, and it's just that because I'm the last person to ask about this, but I don't know what that means either.
Yeah.
Like, somebody asked him before about if they should tell someone about a baby, or was his wife ever pregnant and something? I don't know.
Maybe because he hasn't been truthful his whole life or something. He's had a history of lying to people or something.
Then he should be someone to ask about it, since he's lied before and has obviously regretted it. So he knows what it is to lie to somebody and not tell them and regret it. So he should be the person to ask about this because he's been there.
Oh. Well, maybe he told someone and, okay.
Attempt number 2.
Yeah, I know. Well, I give up. It's not even worth it.
I thought he meant because he's a man and, he doesn't know what it's like to be pregnant and have to tell somebody.
Oh, I could buy Jack would mean that.
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant. Like, I'm a man, I don't, this isn't my territory, so why ask me? But
come to me for carrying the dynamite. You deal with the babies.
Exactly. And so anyway, he goes, you should tell him. And when you do, you should tell him everything, the whole truth. Now, I was like, what does that mean? Because Jack doesn't know. Okay, the whole truth, as we sort of find in the episode, is that Jen is the one who has fertility problems, not Son.
Right.
But Jack doesn't know that.
True.
So why would he say, tell him, basically he's saying, tell him you're pregnant and make sure you tell him everything else regarding that. And I don't know what that means. To me, I like to think her and Michael got it on. She and Michael got it on, so maybe Jack knew somehow. And that's what he meant by make sure you tell him everything. Tell him that, you slept with Michael or something, or I don't know. I was trying to think of what he meant. Now, is he only saying that because it's the titular line? Yeah.
Like,
maybe, but.
And I think he's just saying, get all, just like you speaking English, this thing, get all your secrets out. Stop keeping secrets from him. It'll be better in the long run. Not that he necessarily knows any of those secrets, but just like, this whole keeping secrets business isn't working. It isn't good.
Okay, I think it ruins it when he says the whole truth. I think if you would have left it at you should tell him everything, I'd buy that more. But I'll still buy that. That's what he means. Like, just make sure once you tell him this thing that's true, just tell him everything and get it all done. And so yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah,
I'll
and add that to the titular line thing.
Yeah,
and then it makes a little more sense that he says the whole truth if that's what they call the episode.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
okay, then let's move on to it's complicated. What else? Oh, so here's something else I didn't get. Earlier in the scene in the show, what are we doing? Earlier in the show, let's see. Let me set up this scene because I don't remember. Anna Lucia goes to talk to Henry, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she comes out and she says, he told me the same thing he told you. Locke says, you believe him? Anna says, I don't know yet. I need more time with him. Locke says, he's all yours. And she's like, tomorrow, I want to give him some time to think. And she turns to Jack. She says, if that's okay with you. And then Jack says, I didn't tell anyone, Anna. And then Anna says, no worries, man. What does that mean? He didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone what?
Where is this scene?
This is, I don't know how to describe where it is. This is, after Son and Jen get the bad news about, quote, Son having fertility problems.
Okay.
It came out very strange. She's like, I didn't tell anyone, Anna. She's like, no worries. Like, tell anyone what? That, I don't know.
when I watched this, I swear I understood that line, and now it makes no sense to me. I'm trying to remember. Is there... I feel like I knew. I'm sorry.
I half thought that he meant I didn't tell anyone Henry was down here or something. Because I think... Doesn't somebody else find out pretty soon here? Anna... in the next scene, Charlie basically lets it out that a lot of people know about Henry being there. So I thought maybe...
I'm sorry.
Did you figure it out?
I'm sorry. I had a flash of what I think he means.
What do you think?
I think he means because Locke was the one who went to Anna to get her to interrogate Henry.
Yeah.
And before that point she didn't know about Henry. And of course she has this army thing with Jack too. And I feel like he's saying, I didn't tell anyone about Henry, not just specifically you.
Yeah, I know. Oh! I was
does that...
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, sorry I didn't tell you, but I didn't tell anyone about it.
Oh, okay. I guess the way... He should have said, I didn't tell anyone, Anna. I feel like the way he delivered the line, I thought it was a secret of hers that he didn't tell, and he wanted to let her know he didn't tell anybody. But I was like, well, what secret would she have?
Right. Yeah, so...
Okay. It's a weird line coming off of if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
But I say, yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, but I think, that's what I had at the time. So what were you saying before I got my flash of inspiration?
Oh, I was just saying that one of my theories was that he was saying that Jack was saying he didn't tell anyone about Henry, which is what you just said. Well, because in the next scene we find out that other people know that Henry's down there.
Yeah.
And I thought he was saying that, because she says, I want to give him some time to think, and I thought, I'm just going to stop now because I don't think my theory makes any sense. It's sort of tied to what you said, but in a different way, and I don't really think it makes a lot of sense. I'll go with what you think.
Okay.
Because
it makes sense that she would say no worries to that, at least.
Yeah. No worries, man.
Yeah, I know. Well, I left off the man, but...
Cool.
Anyhow.
And this is, of course, the episode where Locke says, "It's my hatch."
Oh, is it? God. Yeah, you're right. I remember when he says it, yeah. I remember now. It's all coming back.
It's all coming back.
Yeah, my hatch.
I don't need Jack's permission to talk to you because right now there's a man sitting in a room at my hatch, and I want him out right now because I'm a big baby.
What a baby! I know.
He's such a baby.
God. Especially when you read it, it's just so... God.
Yeah, I love Season 1 Locke would kick Season 2's Locke ass. He would be like, you're such a baby, I'm just going to beat you up.
Yeah, I know.
He would take Echo's stick and beat him with it.
Oh, man. Yeah, no. He would, yeah.
Oh, speaking of Sun being a philanderer, I was thinking, I didn't know if we ever considered it, but what if Jay, the guy who is teaching Sun English, what if that's the baby's daddy?
Yeah, that's the second most common.
Yeah, it goes Michael, the English teacher, then the smoke monster, then Jen.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, Jen. I think Jen's in there before the smoke monster.
Nobody wants it to be Jen's baby.
Nobody wants it to be Jen's baby, but some people are saying the island healed him, and that's why he's able to do it on the island or whatever. But
he can do it on the island.
I didn't
literally. He can do it on the island literally.
All right. Well, I didn't. It's not. What
I know this podcast is rated explicit on iTunes, but you don't have to push the boundaries all the time.
That was not. Oh God.
Jesus, man.
Well, anyway, yeah, I guess there's no way to refer to that without somehow getting yourself in
That dubious situation.
in that pit that is referring to fertility problems. But yeah, it's because I mean there are definitely suggestions, at least a couple in these scenes that she has with this guy that there's something there, you know, and they were sort of set up to begin with.
That there's something there. What does that mean?
That there's some kind of attraction or whatever.
Oh, definitely. You're talking about the
And-
English teacher, okay.
Yeah, the English teacher, right? Jay. So a lot of people, you know, but they never show, you know. According to this, she just went there for English lessons, and maybe they half flirted a little bit, but I mean,
She can't. That bald head is too irresistible. Come on.
Oh God. According to the episode, you know, they didn't, but that's a lot of people's theory. It's him, Michael, and Jen, and then the smoke monster, and then I've heard a few people say Charlie, which is really
Ugh, that's just gross. That's just appalling and gross. Nobody wants that. Oh God, keep your pants on, Charlie.
Yeah, well, they say it because, you know, he kidnapped her, and I guess the idea is, you know...
Yeah, you raped her.
Yeah, which is really absurd, I think.
And for her to be, that was like 2 days ago.
I know.
And first of all, Jack already said, we already know it's not, I forgot the specific time they mentioned or they referenced, but it's not in the first week of her being pregnant, because he says, you know, a false positive in the first week, the pregnancy test could be faulty. But so it's not obviously in the first week, and
yeah. Well, he actually says a false negative in the first week.
That's what isn't that what I said?
You said positive. You said false positive.
Sorry, false negative in the first week. So obviously it's not within the first week, and what was it, the long con that she got taken?
Yeah. That would be like 3 episodes ago.
Yeah, so that was definitely within a week. So there's no way he did that. Charlie's not that crazy.
No, and I don't think he would do that. And I think if he did do that, someone would know. And I don't buy that. But like there's people out there who come up with all sorts of stuff that is ridiculous.
Well, they should start their own podcast so they can have some validity with their whacked out theories.
Yeah, they should. I don't think... I'm going to go on the record for now and say that I don't think it's...
Oh, because it might change, folks. It might change.
I know. I am open to change, but for now, I'm going to say I don't think it's Michael's baby. I think it could be the English teachers, and by more of a long shot, it could be Jen's, and by even way more of a long shot, it could be the island.
Oh God! What's that baby gonna
uh,
look like?
That's the order.
Half Korean, half jungle. He's like Swamp Thing.
Oh,
He's
God.
like Korean Swamp Thing.
Oh God! Wow.
I don't know what that's about.
Really
Yeah.
crazy. That will be really exciting in season 10. When
Yeah.
Jimmy has that baby.
God.
That's the other thing about this whole storyline. Based on the time constraints, there's no way that this baby can come anytime soon. I don't see the show going on long enough for the baby to show up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what they're going to do with this.
You referenced flash forwards at some point.
Yeah, right. That was a spoiler that may or may not be true.
Yeah.
So, there's a possibility they'll do that. I feel like maybe the baby will die or something, and it'll just be another drama thing.
Or the island can accelerate the pregnancy process, and
oh God, I guess they could go down there.
and like the baby could be born by season 4 or something. I don't know.
Yikes. Yeah, they could have it like coming out right at the end of season 3.
Oh
And
God.
everybody's like, "Oh my God!
Oh my God! It's Wayne Newton. That would be scary.
Oh,
He starts singing show tunes. Well, he doesn't sing show tunes, but
he doesn't. But
that
if
would
he
be
did,
even.
That would be scary.
Hey, it's already Wayne Newton. It's already son giving birth to Wayne Newton. Why not have him sing show tunes? It's still crazy.
I agree. Yikes.
It's not unusual.
Wow.
Oh, that is unusual.
Is that a show?
Oh,
tune?
that's Tom Jones. Never mind.
Okay. It seems like it should be.
Aren't Tom Jones and Wayne Newton the same person?
Yeah, those kitschy singers, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
Anyhow, that's my statement for now on this matter. We'll see.
I'm gonna say, for the record, I think, yeah, I agree. I think it is more likely Jay's baby than Jen's baby, which is weird. They have the similar names, 3 letters, start with J.
Yeah.
Maybe son forgot who she slept with. So it's like, oh no, I thought you were Jen. You're Jay.
I slept with a man with 3 letters and his name starts with a J.
That wasn't you, Jen? Oh man.
Oh God.
So I thought it was very interesting that son did say that she told Jen she's never been with another man, which could be a lie, but.
And then she has that look.
She does have a look. I don't know. I want to think that something happened with her and Michael simply because of the hints that they've given us.
Yeah, they're there.
I think it would be way too weird if the baby was Michael's, though. Just in terms of, he'd have another son and all this other stuff. So I don't really think they're going to go on that route, but I feel like something happened between them. I don't know, but.
Yeah.
Well, what I do know is that we can move on to the next episode.
Already?
I'm done. You got some more? It's just the whole truth. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I dug a hole. WHOLE.
Yeah. I got one more thing to mention, though.
Yeah, mention something.
Try that for a change. Why the hell were Charlie and Saeed building a dining room table?
Yeah, that's a great
should I say dining table?
We should add that to our list of
our
inscrutable mysteries that no one cares about. Because that really is baffling. I don't know. I have no answer.
Yeah, Charlie goes, a bit large for a dining room table, isn't it? If we cut them in 2, it will suit the purpose. Now, I don't know if Charlie was kidding when he said it's a bit large for a dining room table, because maybe they really weren't building that and he was just being facetious.
Yeah, he does that.
And then Saeed is fairly vague. He said if we cut them in 2, it will suit the purpose. But what purpose would that be? You would assume he's alluding to a dining room table. But I don't know. I think it's in. Is it in SOS when Bernard and them, or is it Dave? It's either Dave or SOS when Rose is building the food pantry. So they're getting very settled in here if they are building a dining room table.
Yeah, I mean we've never seen him eating at a dining room.
Never seen him eating there.
Then again, we don't really see him eating in general. So.
Yeah, I just don't understand
unless it's Hurley.
What would they be doing if it's not building this dining room table set?
I don't know.
Oh, well.
Building something to use for some purpose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know that was a really awful
answered all my questions.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was just a roof or something for, I don't know. They never refer to it again.
They never talk about it again.
It's just like there and it's gone. Because Saeed, at this point, has nothing to do.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. They just needed something for him and Charlie to do in this scene. And they want us to just sort of assume that in the background, these people are, doing things to make themselves a little bit more comfortable here on the island. So that's what this whole scene was about. That's all I can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So are we done with this episode?
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe it's a baby.
Oh. No, I guess I don't need to mention that.
Please don't.
Okay, I guess I'll say... Oh, no, I want to bring up this final scene with Henry.
Okay. Henry who?
Henry Gale.
Oh, that guy. He's lovely.
Yeah. Because I remember this. I mean, this is the episode before he's revealed to be another.
This is a big episode, especially since they seem to... Right when they seem to trust him or whatever they're doing to... Whatever reason they have to let him out of the armory is turned 180 degrees in the next episode.
Yeah, I know. But it's weird what he does here at the end where he says, if I was one of them, these people that you seem to think are your enemies.
Uh-huh.
There's another thing that I mentioned with Goodwin doing that too.
Oh, definitely.
They don't see themselves as enemies. They see themselves as, I guess, I don't know, friendly helpers or something. I don't know what they call what they do, but they just don't see it that way. And then he says, I lead you out to a trap and there'd be an ambush and then they trade me for them and blah, 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 blah. He makes this big, long speech, and it's really weird to me that he does this. Like, what is he thinking making this speech?
He's thinking that if he gives this speech, the audience will be really on edge about what's going on.
I know that was the answer.
I mean, really, honestly, there's no reason for him to say, if I was one of them, I would do this thing, because he is one of them, and he didn't do that thing.
Yeah.
I really think he's just trying to mess with them psychologically, and I think it's really good for us to wonder what happened. Because at the end of towards the end of this episode, they haven't found a balloon.
Right.
And they're just still, searching around there. I never really bought what he said about, I drop maps, it's a good place for a good spot for an ambush, because for an ambush to work, you have to have some pre-planning. And, whoever's the ambushers need to know when the ambushees are going to be there. And,
well, you're forgetting that Henry has, telepathic abilities.
Setting aside his telepathic abilities, there'd be no real way for the ambushers to know when the ambushees are going to be there, even if yeah. I'm
going to give you 3 points for using those terms so many times.
Thank you. I was going to do it again. There's no way they would know when they were going to be there, or even if they're going to go there, even if they could use his map to find the place. So, I remember originally when I saw this episode, and I sort of was, obviously I was taken by the idea, oh man, maybe it is a trap, but I was like, it doesn't really make any sense, because the people who are going to ambush need to know when they're going to come, and
right.
To have them sit there and wait for days or whatever, just wondering if the ambushees are going to come, I think it's pretty unrealistic.
It is. Although, what actually happens is sort of similar. I mean, they send Michael, and he frees Henry, then Michael leads them to a trap.
Yeah.
So, something like this happens. But in that case, they have forewarning because, Michael's actually there with them, so they know he's going to bring them.
Yeah, he has specific instructions of what to do. And actually, I wonder if further instructions is going to be related to Michael and what happened with this whole thing. Now that I think about it. The second episode of the season?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I was just thinking.
Yeah, or I don't know if maybe he's on his boat heading to where Henry told him to, and there's a note with further instructions about what to do when he gets there, or what's going to, I'm just trying to piece together further instructions and what the episode could be about.
Yeah, there's a thing about further instructions later on in one of these episodes, if we ever get there.
We will.
I'll bring it up. I thought it was interesting if they actually used that phrase.
I hope you wrote it down.
I just wanted to say that just for a little fun trip through memories. When I saw this, I think before this speech, I was in the Henry Gale is another camp, and this speech actually made me think he's not, because I'm like, it's too obvious. He seems too evil in this.
Yeah, he seemed very
speech.
evil, and it didn't. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. Why would he send them in a trap? And yeah, it didn't make any sense.
And I just thought, wow, okay, now I think he's definitely not another, because there's no way he would say that if he was.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, having a trap set up, like, pre-planned for this is predicated on his getting captured. And why capture people to trade for your, for your leaders, trade for your leader if well, how do I phrase this? Why do that when the leader can just not get himself trapped in the first place?
Yeah, that's a
like
good point.
it was really weird. I mean, I guess you can come up with some reasons why, but this whole thing was weird. I did like this, it's like, because when he comes out, the first thing he says is, what's the computer for?
Oh,
and
yeah, this is another thing. This seems like an audience response thing too.
Yeah.
You guys don't know much. I mean, I'd be asking all kinds of questions about this stuff down here. You guys don't even seem that curious.
I think that was an audience response and get Henry fishing for information to see how much they really know. Because if I think it would be really important if he was like, where did all this food come from? And they were like, well, we got a pantry full of food, and also there, it hasn't happened yet, but. We found this pallet that came from the sky full of food. I think that would have been interesting to hear Henry to know that. So I think he was fishing for information a lot. When he says, "What's the computer for?" If they were like, "Oh, it doesn't do anything," we don't ever press the button, or there's a lot of things they could have said there that I think would have been interesting to Henry. So I think he was mainly fishing for information, but also. Like, you guys don't seem to know much, huh? I'd be asking all kinds of questions. And again, they don't really ask a lot. I mean, they ask the most minimal amount of questions possible. They see the food and they're like, okay, well, it was here. How it got there is almost irrelevant to a certain extent because, they don't know what went on in the hatch before they got there.
Yeah.
But, do you want this cereal or don't you?
I know. Here's a question for you.
I always think it's weird when people phrase questions like that. Do you want this thing or don't you want this thing? It's like usually it's like, do you want it or not? Not do you want it or don't you?
Yeah.
It's a weird way to phrase it.
Yeah. It's a TV thing, I think.
Oh, it's good. I love it.
I don't think people really say that.
Huh?
I don't think people really say that.
No, I don't think so either. I love it. That's what I say. I love it when TV people say that. Do you want it or don't you want it? It's very, very parallel somehow.
Yeah.
This must be my reward for good behavior, huh? I guess I earned myself some goodwill for finally drawing the map for Aunt Lucia that she told me not to tell you guys about, but I'm telling you anyway. And I know you guys didn't know about it, but I thought I'd bring it up right now. Smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate Henry when he does stuff like that. He's playing them like a fiddle, man. He's totally playing them like a fiddle. Anyway, we obviously don't have anything more to talk about on this one.
And the reason Aunt Lucia doesn't tell him about it is because she senses all these problems between Jack and Locke, and she's like, they've got their own problems. I'll just go deal with this myself, and sort of recruits her own team to deal with it.
Yeah.
And she has that line and whatever, but they're really. God, Jack is annoying in these episodes too. Like, Jack and Locke are just. Henry's right, even if he is being, manipulative or whatever.
I do love that line. She goes, Jack and Locke are too busy worried about Locke and Jack.
Locke and Jack.
And I was really glad she turned it around because it's very specific when she says it like that,
Yeah.
It's like. Jack and Locke are very busy worried about Locke and Jack, respectively. Like it's very. I love the way because usually most people would just say the same thing, Jack and Locke,
right.
Jack and Locke. But I'm glad she flipped it. That was very nice, Aunt Lucia.
Yeah, it was very nice. I'm ready now.
Is the little boy ready?
Little boy's ready.
Episode 17, Lockdown. One of the most interesting episodes originally when I first watched this season. I thought it was going to lead to bigger, interesting things, and boy, was I let down by the lockdown.
Is that why you don't like it anymore? Because it didn't lead anywhere?
I was let down by the lockdown.
Yeah.
When the hatch suddenly takes on a life of its own, Locke is forced to enlist the help of an unlikely ally. Groan. Meanwhile, Ana Lucia...
Why is that a groan?
It's when the hatch suddenly takes on a life of its own. What is this, like a horror movie? Like, it doesn't take on a life of its own. God. Meanwhile, Ana Lucia, Saeed, and Charlie go off into the jungle to find out the truth about Henry.
Okay.
Very short synopsis.
Yeah.
I guess that's all that happened.
Don't mention
the blast door map.
Yeah.
I could expect like while trapped under the blast door, Locke finds a startling discovery that leads to headache and turmoil for everyone on the island.
Oh my God! I'll never. Wow! I can't believe it. Anyway.
Yeah. What was that other line? I don't think we mocked that enough. What was that other line that they said? Where did it go?
Something requires more mockery.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sun wrestles with the idea of telling Jin a newfound secret that threatens to upset the entire balance of the survivors community. Yeah, Sun and Jin are that integral to where...
Yeah, I know. It's weird. They're like the most outcast of any, like, besides, like, red shirt non-character.
Yeah,
I mean, they're the most on the outside. The idea that this is going to, like, create some... Oh, that's so ridiculous.
I can't believe they said that. Upset the entire balance of the survivors community.
I don't think they even watched the show. Like, how could they ever say it? That's just crazy.
It's very weird. But let's go back to Lockdown.
No one cares about Sun and Jin's drama but Sun and Jin.
Yeah, barely. I don't think Jin cares that much.
Oh. Alright, well.
One of my I gotta make a list of my all-time favorite Sawyer lines and rank them, but I do love when they're I've referenced this before when we first saw it a long time ago, when he and Sawyer and what's his name, Hurley, are playing cards. And he's like, "You can't bet, I just bet." I just love that line because I don't know why. That's it.
Yeah, when I heard it, I remembered you making a big thing about it.
And I guess it's not a big deal. I just loved that line. The look on his face when he said it. He was just so exacerbated by Hurley, which is, somebody who can really exacerbate you easily. And he's just like, "You can't bet, I just bet. God, Lee, you're just such an idiot." Anyway, I just like that line. Let's move on to something interesting.
All right.
I like the line when I don't like it, but when Jack says Sawyer was like, "What? You don't want the guns?" After they play the whole big game of poker.
Oh God!
And he goes, "When I need the guns, I'll get the guns," which reminds me of what Kate said to Sawyer.
Exactly.
"I want your spot. I get your spot."
Your spot. Yeah.
I mean, is he picking up a line from like the Kate section or something? That was a very Kate thing to say. "I want the guns. I get the guns." The same thing.
Yeah, I know.
It seems like he could easily say, like it seems like he could have easily taken the guns and sort of been like, "Don't you want the medicine? When I want the medicine, I'll get the medicine." Like, he could have done either, and then it made me think that he needed the medicine at this point for some specific reason, which he didn't.
No.
He didn't, at least it didn't look like
it seemed like he just wanted it for general reasons.
Yeah.
Not for any specific problem.
And I guess we should ask from the last episode, how does Charlie have a gun?
Oh,
because I remember when in whatever that episode is we just talked about, when Jack puts the guns in the armory, he says, "Here's all 6 of them,"
mm-hmm.
which I remember there was 5 in the gun case, right?
Okay.
Where did the 6th gun come from? Is that the gun Ana Lucia had? Maybe.
Wasn't it the gun the marshal had on him?
Maybe. Then where's Ana Lucia's? Oh, does she still have her gun?
I thought the gun she had was the gun from the people on the raft, like the gun Sawyer had.
Oh, that's right, and that's one of the original 5.
Yeah. Like Sawyer, yeah, didn't Sawyer got the original gun before they found the case. Sawyer got the original gun from the marshal.
Okay.
Right? And that was what he shot the polar bear with. And they didn't find the case until much later.
But there were 5 in the case, so that's 6 guns total. So you're telling me the marshal had 5 guns in the case and a gun on him?
Apparently.
Oh, Jesus.
Marshall. I know. Well, Kate,
she's crafty, and she's born to run. So, in Lockdown, let's talk about that episode.
All right. About Charlie? I think Sawyer could have given him a gun.
When and where and why?
Well, Charlie helped Sawyer with that whole long con where Sawyer got the guns. So,
I guess.
He could have given him one then.
You know why I think he has a gun?
Why?
So Saeed could pull the gun on Henry when he comes back mad?
Yeah, that's the reason.
Because it basically just transfers from Charlie to Saeed.
Yeah.
And then Saeed only uses it to threaten Henry, but sort of not kind of really, because he points it at him and is like, oh, you're evil, but I found out your story checked out. And he puts the gun down and he's like, but now I'm telling you you're lying. It's very circular. He starts off with like, you're another, but your story checked out, so I guess you're not another, but you really are another.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird, that whole scene.
So I guess let's talk about the lockdown. I guess, why did the lockdown happen?
That's a good question.
I guess my only theory is that, presumably Rosinski, but definitely Kelvin and Desmond were initiating the lockdown by, connecting those stripped wires.
Right.
So presumably, the wires touched or whatever was a faulty, whatever, a short happened, and that's why it came down.
Yeah, the only thing about that is...
go ahead and say it, because I was going to say it.
Is that there's this whole, announcement coming over the speaker.
The countdown announcement made no, if it wasn't for that, I would say it's a clear-cut case of the wires crossing, because they were screwing with it all those years or whatever.
Yeah.
But the fact that there was an announcement...
which doesn't happen when you just touch the wires.
Yeah. To me, seems like it was a scheduled lockdown.
Yeah.
And maybe the reason why the announcement wasn't very clear is because they had been screwing with the wires. Maybe that's why the announcement was sort of going in and out and staticky.
Okay.
Because I think you have to explain that too,
Oh, definitely.
I love Locke getting a screwdriver and getting on the top of the chair as if he's going to... I don't know what he thinks he's going to do with that screwdriver and that speaker. I mean... Did he think he was going to make the transmission sound clearer by doing something with the screwdriver? There's nothing you could do with that screwdriver to make that sound any better. I don't know what he thought he was going to do.
I guess he thought the problem was the speaker and not the signal that it was getting.
And he was going to take it apart or something?
Yeah, I feel like that was his intention. I realize that's not the smartest thing to do, but yeah, that was the sense I got, that he was going to try to fix the speaker.
Oh god. Well, see, I thought there was other speakers. I mean, maybe that's a faulty assumption on my part, but I thought there were other speakers in the hatch.
Yeah, I did too.
So, I mean, it shouldn't be a speaker problem if there's multiple speakers with the same sound coming out of it.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Okay. So, the lockdown happened because... Do you think it was because of the supply drop that happens in the next episode?
Maybe. I mean, they throw, nice. They have Charlie throw that out there, and a lot of people said that, but it just doesn't quite make sense to me. How do they know where the people are gonna be?
Yeah.
Why do they care so much anyway? I mean, the people. I mean, originally like the Dharma people who are working in the station. I mean, don't they know where they are and what they're doing?
And what they're doing, and they know supplies are going to come every certain whatever, 3 months, 6 months, whatever.
Is there a need to keep it a secret that they're dropping supply? I mean, I don't see.
And it's obviously a drop. You see the parachute.
Oh, I know.
I mean, the only thing you could keep a secret by that is the fact of like what kind of vehicle is dropping it. Is it an airplane or a helicopter?
Yeah.
Or what it looks like and what markings are on it. That's really the only thing you can keep secret. Obviously, it came from the air, so that's obvious by the parachute. Now,
right.
For a quick, not a tangent, but a quick change of idea on this, there was theories that it really wasn't dropped, that the parachute was just put on there to make it look like it was dropped.
Yeah.
Who's to say? Henry says God can't see the island, but apparently a plane can come and drop stuff on it, which I thought was really weird, considering that the island is supposed to be sort of invisible to the outside world, and how can a plane find it or see it or whatever? I thought
that is a good. I remember reading a lot of theories about the others took a forklift and...
Oh, yeah. Forklift through the jungle. Yeah, let me see that happen.
I know. It was all very silly, but people didn't want to believe that a plane just flew over. Cause, I mean, it just...
Even Sawyer could track the forklift tracks back to where it came from. And he can't track worth a damn.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So
I don't know... I want to say no, but I think it's possible.
Okay, I think it may be one of those things where the reason lockdown happened was because of the supply drop, but the reason that they would do that, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, because presumably if you're anywhere in the hatch, pretty much besides that central living area, you could still get out. Now, I think what we find out in Live Together, Die Alone is that there's another blast door from the other entrance of the computer room.
Yeah.
So if you're in the computer room, you're stuck, and if you're in that main living area, you're stuck. Right. But I feel like if you're in if you're near the entrance to the hatch, the main entrance, it seems like you could get out easily.
If you're in that hallway that Echo's in, obviously you can leave because he does leave.
Yeah, exactly. If you're in that main hallway, it seems like you can get away. So it's like, it's not the most apt way of keeping people in.
And if people just supposed to go, oh, it's lockdown time, I'll just go. And if it's so voluntary, then why? I mean, why bother?
Yeah, exactly. Unless that's part of the experiment, is to see if they'll really do it. And
God.
Who knows what's going... I mean, if there is an experiment, who knows, right?
Yeah, I know. Maybe the experiment's on... Oh, God.
Maybe it was an experiment and they found out it was actually real or something. I don't know.
Oh, man. Yeah, this conversation is just going to end with me hating Lost.
Yeah, I know, right? This conversation's going nowhere good. Because we can't come up with a good explanation of why these things happen. Okay, so... let's just assume, I guess we'll just assume the lockdown happened because of the supply drop, right?
Until further notice, I agree. Further instructions.
Yeah, because specifically the big evidence for that is that it seemed to be scheduled,
Yeah.
With the lady counting down. And maybe we speculated before off podcast that maybe she said, lockdown in 30 seconds, please proceed to designated area, and it basically tells you where you're supposed to be to ensure that you're gonna be captive in a lockdown. But it doesn't make any sense because you don't have to listen to her.
Yeah.
But okay,
yeah.
So let's move on to another weird thing, is the blast door map, and I guess let's talk about Henry's relationship to all this.
One more thing.
Okay.
About that subject. Why blast doors? You don't need blast doors to keep people inside.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
Where else are you going to write your hidden map? No, I don't know. I know what you mean. They really could just have something where the entrances and exits lock or something.
Yeah, they don't need that much just to keep people in. It seems like blast doors should be there for a blast.
Yeah, and that's what Michael says. These are blast doors, blah, blah, blah. Maybe if you're in that room during the fail safe, then you're gonna survive or something.
Okay. Okay.
You know, maybe that's probably what it's partly for.
But it just seems weird and unnecessary to have it like correlate with the supply drop.
Yeah.
You know, these huge doors that prevent explosions. Like there's no imminent danger or anything. So yeah. Anyway, that's just another thing I wanted to throw on.
I really don't believe it was because of the supply drop. I just don't. There doesn't seem to be any other explanation right now. So until further notice, that's really all we have. I mean, Charlie said it, but he's usually wrong. So who knows? But I just don't understand why else it would happen unless, like, somehow one of the others, you know, did something to make it happen. You know, I don't know if they could use the computer at the Pearl station or wherever they live to, like, hack into the Swan Station's computer system or something and schedule a lockdown. I don't really know. I think the lockdown also, you know, the reasons behind the lockdown might correlate with what, you know, why Henry, you know, may have gotten himself captured, and if so, what he wanted out of being in the hatch. You know, if he was there for a specific reason, then maybe that had something to do with the lockdown. Maybe he had it scheduled, and, you know, so that, you know, presumably he could, you know, have alone time in the computer room. And I think it's really weird that, you know, during the lockdown, you can still access the different rooms in the vents.
Yeah.
That's a little strange.
Yeah, Dharma really fucked up as far as that goes. They should know that if you're going to have vents, don't make them big enough for people to crawl in.
And how many times are vents really big enough for people to crawl in? God.
Well, in movies, 100% of the time.
Yeah. Well, what was interesting, when the lockdown happened, you know, we have that scene when we cut back to Locke, and he's looking at the vent. He's got his hand on it. And originally, to me, he was considering, you know, because people have asked, same thing. Why didn't he just climb up in the vent himself to go do it? And, you know, he could have left Henry in the armory, and he could have just climbed up there himself. Yeah. And I sort of thought that scene when he's looking at the vent is he's basically thinking maybe, you know, considering climbing up there. Maybe he's, you know, too big to get in there or something like that. Mm-hmm. Or he thinks there might be an easier way. But also the fact that his hand was on it, to me, also made me think he was trying to see if air was coming out from it. It seems like, you know, because that's what you would do to a vent if you want to see if air was coming. You'd put your hand on it.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe that's when he surmises that they're really sort of trapped because he has his hand on there, and presumably not feeling any air. So I don't know what that means, but.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed that dawned on him because he has his hand on it, and you don't have to put your hand on it to see if you're big enough to get in there. So I thought maybe his hand was on there to see if air was coming out from it, and presumably it wasn't. But for whatever reason, he knew or he thought you could get in from the other vent in the supply room.
Right.
So okay, let's talk about Henry and the map, and whether or not Henry pushed the button. I think he obviously pressed the button.
Oh, certainly.
Somebody pressed it.
You can kind of hear it if you listen.
You can definitely hear the numbers flip back. Now, where should we start with that? Okay, so very stupidly, Locke lets Henry out, and very stupidly, Locke decides to climb under the blast door before even making sure it's really secure. But I guess it's a time crunch, so I'll give him a little leeway on that. But what was interesting is that Henry was like, "No, Locke, don't go under there." Basically, I think he was trying to say until we find out it's safe.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting that he actually cared. Seemingly cared. You got any comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird in this episode. I mean, they really try in the next episode to say Henry just thought his story would check out, so that's supposed to explain why he does everything he does in this episode that I wouldn't expect him to do in general. Mm-hmm. And I guess if the show wants me to buy that, I will, but it seems odd to me that, especially considering the fact that, a few episodes down the road here, he attacks Ana Lucia.
Yeah.
It seems a little odd to me that he really helps Locke out with this thing, and he's worried about him, and when he gets, when he finally gets the doors up, he's sort of looking at his wound and helping him up, and, he's doing a lot of stuff that I'm really surprised that he's doing it, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I guess he's trying to get in Locke's good graces, and I remember he makes that big promise, you have to promise you'll help me or whatever, you'll protect me.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time everybody was like, oh, that's going to be real important, and
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to Locke just sort of saying, oh, he's okay, and then no, he's not. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, I thought that line when he says, okay, Locke, I helped you, and I got to promise to make sure I'm safe, and Locke says, okay, but I thought, to me, it was one of those promises, like, okay, if it turns out that, like, you're a good guy, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. If it turns out you're a bad guy, you're on your own, like,
yeah,
because you can't make that kind of promise if he turns out to be a bad guy. I mean, if he turns out to be an other, which he does, you can't expect him to keep that promise.
Yeah, I know, I agree. And he does have that thing where, he sort of makes Henry lie again.
Yeah.
Before he sort of agrees to it. Like, all right, look at me and say the lie again.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I agree to it. And so I guess if he's lying, his justification for not sticking up for him is, well, you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to. But I remember thinking that was going to be something. I also want to say, just to take a step back, I would say this episode is the birth of the podcast, because I think it was this episode where I really got into.
I would agree.
Reading stuff online. I studied this map.
Oh man. Our first podcast was episode 22 for the road, but I think it was definitely locked down to where we were calling each other like, what the crap is going on? What's this mean? What's that mean? There's Latin on the map. Like, we definitely spent a lot of time analyzing that map, which is part of the reason I'm upset that it didn't come to more. We spent a lot of time and a lot of times on the boards reading theories and coming up with our own. And this was definitely our pre-podcast period where we were doing the same thing that we're doing now, but we just weren't recording it.
Right, exactly. And I think this thing, because this thing, it was this map that in the show you see it for like a few seconds,
mm-hmm.
and then somebody screen captured it. If you study it, I mean, it's very detailed. There's all kinds of stuff on there, and we've just been forever like looking at all these pieces. What does this mean? What's that? What's DIHG?
Yeah.
I mean, all that time. I know, and for how much it helped, I guess it was a waste of time, but still, just having that much to work with, and I think it was that really was the birth of the idea to actually do a podcast, because it seemed like we were, because I think it was this episode that made me listen to a podcast for the first time.
Yeah.
And that sort of made me sort of want to do it. So anyway, I just a little Lost Lowdown history for you.
A little LLH.
You can trace it here. I think this is it is disappointing in retrospect to see what they did with it. I really expected him to pull it down and really deal with all the stuff that's on it, because there's so much on there.
Yeah.
And it came down to just a really crappy sketch of the vague outline.
I can't believe that he did anything with that really crappy sketch he made.
Yeah, and that's it. And they go find the question mark, which seemed like it was going to be something really big. And, and it was sort of interesting.
I think after watching question mark, that's what we had in our head. Like, what? That's it?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's people who still refuse to believe that was a question mark, but and now that the hatch is probably gone, I guess that's all we're going to get out of this map, which is kind of depressing. But anyway, instead of looking towards the sad future, let's focus on
the sad past.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were still talking about Henry. Let's not spend a whole bunch of time with this because we got a couple more episodes to get to. But I know this is really important stuff. What do you? Okay, I'll just throw it in your court. What do you think Henry was doing when he went to go push the button? Did he get on the computer and type anything? Did he go check on the failsafe? Did he, what do you think he did?
I think there's a decent chance that he communicated with the others in a similar way that, Michael communicated with quote-unquote Walt.
Mm-hmm.
And told them maybe his situation. Because they seem to know what was going on. And, assuming they don't have the telepathy thing going, they shouldn't necessarily know that Henry's been captured by them. But they do know. So I'm thinking possibly he typed it in and said, "Here I am. I'm trapped here. I'm gonna stay here for now because they think I'm blah blah blah." And maybe they told him about Michael too. But I think there's a decent chance he sort of communicated with the computer. As far as anything else, I'd really be speculating. It's weird how he sort of, when Locke comes out, he doesn't seem to be in the computer. He sort of seems to come from. I guess the idea was he crawled back through the vents. And
that's what he claims. He claims he pushed the button, the numbers flipped. He does reference the hieroglyphics, which means either it actually got that low or he's seen it happen before.
Or he knew about it, exactly. Yeah. I think he references the hieroglyphics later when he says he didn't push the button.
That he what?
I think he references the hieroglyphics later when he says he didn't push the button.
Well, he references them this time too.
Really?
Yeah, right? Because he says.
I didn't think he did.
Didn't he talk about the funny numbers, the funny letters, or?
I don't think so.
What episode? Oh, was it?
He
was
says
it
what
Dave
you're
when he?
to, yeah.
Oh, okay, and then he says, "I didn't do anything." And...
Yeah. That was his whole I didn't enter the numbers thing. He doesn't say that yet here. He's just saying he did it at this point, I think.
Okay. Oh, okay, you're right. Yeah, he's saying nothing happened. It flipped back to 108. He didn't press the numbers. He's lying though.
He's definitely lying.
Although it'd be interesting if he wasn't. So what are we talking about?
It would be really bizarre if he wasn't. Because it's like, when Desmond didn't push him, the thing started charging up. Metal stuff started flying around. Blah blah blah. When he doesn't push it, nothing happens. And then later on in the finale, when Locke doesn't push it, the same thing happens that happened to Desmond. So that I would find that pretty outlandish if he really didn't press it.
I'll buy that. So, okay. What about... we're all over the place here. What about the... So he basically says, after he did push the buttons, that he hopped up back in the vent, and the lights went out, and then he's crawling back, and this is the time when the black lights come on. Now, I think we talked about this before. Do you think that Henry turned on the black light? How did the black lights come on? I should say black lights, not black lights.
Do you want a real answer or
I want something plausible if possible.
Well, because my real answer would be it came on so Locke could see the map, but
okay, I'll buy that.
But because I don't quite find it plausible, but if Henry is Radzinski, then I still don't know why you would want Locke to see the map.
Why would he want Locke to see the map? Oh, another thing I wanted to say when you said that maybe Henry talked to the others on the computer, and that's how they knew Henry was with them and all that stuff. I just want to mention my earlier theory that they can view what's going on in this hatch from the Pearl hatch. So they would know Henry's captive to a certain degree because they would see him in there, using that theory too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I just don't know the blacklight thing. I mean, I don't know why he would show Locke the map. First of all, the big problem is, why is there a blacklight in there anyway? We talked about this before. I don't want to spend too much time saying the same thing over, but
yeah, I agree.
Why would there be a blacklight? And then, if so, how come we never really saw Kelvin and Desmond use it? And what's the? I don't know. I could see maybe if Henry did, even if Henry, like, especially if Henry was Brzezinski, but if Henry didn't know where the question mark hatch was, which obviously nixes my earlier theory about the fact that they used that to see what's going on in the Swan hatch. If he didn't know where it was, maybe he thought Locke could find it or something, so that's why he showed it to him on some vague hunch that Locke might be able to figure it out, which doesn't make any sense. I just don't know why the lights would come on by themselves, let alone why someone would turn them on.
Right. I mean, I can't explain why there's a blacklight there. I mean, it seems like it's there so you can see the map, but who would be able to install such a thing? I don't know. But I guess if Henry's Radzinski and he sort of joined the others at some point, the others have access to all sorts of stuff, so maybe he got a blacklight from them, and I don't like that theory, but there it is.
Yeah, because then it's like, when would he have put that in there? And yeah, that's really weird. And then my other thing is, if I'm not mistaken, when we saw Kelvin do the lockdown, the lights didn't go out.
No, they didn't. See, that's the thing. There's something weird going on with the power, it seems like.
Yeah,
like
there's something
flickering.
weird going on with the power. It's flickering, and then, like, the light. See, I think the lights going out and the black lights coming on is a separate occurrence from just the lockdown happening.
Yeah.
Especially if the lockdown is to keep people in during a supply drop. It would make no sense to put them in the dark, too.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the wires just sort of triggers... the doors coming down. But whatever's happening here seems to be more than that.
Yeah. Now, I wonder if it was a power thing because the button hadn't been pressed yet, but I guess not, really. Because we've seen the button get pretty low without any power issues, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Well, I don't remember.
The first time we saw the hieroglyphics, I don't think...
Yeah, I know.
I don't think the lights were flickering.
I don't either, but I don't remember.
Oh, damn it.
That was one of them. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
Okay, well, I think unless you have more about this, I don't know what else there's to say. I mean, all we can do is wildly speculate. There's not enough clues to really get a good handle on what happened.
Yeah, I agree. But I think, Henry tells Locke that he didn't push the button, and he seems to want to lead Locke to not push it.
Why?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know why, but I was going to suggest that maybe him finding the pearl, the question mark, whatever you want to call it, was a key part in the chain of events that led him to decide to, take the button by force and not push it. So is there any chance that he showed him that so he would find the pearl so he would not push the button?
Okay, why would he not want the button pushed? I mean, if he knows what the button does, then he knows that not pushing the button will maybe destroy the world. But what happened actually was the failsafe got turned on, which I guess you would say that's really Desmond's. Desmond was the reason for that. Right. So he didn't want the failsafe to necessarily come on. He wanted the thing to explode or whatever.
Yeah.
Which
whatever.
I don't really buy. No, I don't really buy that. Why wouldn't he want the button pushed? Because presumably he would die. And now, if he didn't want the button pushed, he could have left Locke under the blast door and just sat there and not pushed the button. Unless he wanted to have Locke not push the button at a time when he was not there, so he wouldn't presumably die.
Yeah.
But he had an ample opportunity. I mean, he had a perfect opportunity to not press the button if that's really what he wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
I think now, obviously, we have to say that part of the reason he says I didn't push the button is to instill doubt in the audience, and of course in Locke about what the button does, if anything.
Yeah.
So that's definitely part of it. But I don't know any other reason why he wouldn't want Locke to press the button. Now, if he showed him the blast door map, so he could maybe... But see, to me, the island was the reason he found the hatch, the Pearl hatch, not Henry. The island is what helped, gave Echo the dream so that Echo could make Locke go find it, and then Locke sort of, hopefully, presumably, get off of this wrong path that he was on.
I mean, the only reason he knew about it was because he saw the map, but he never would have gone there if it weren't for the island. Presuming that is the island that's commanding Echo.
Yeah.
Which is another question. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense. And that's the thing. I was thinking about Henry not being surprised when he sees the, whatever it was, when the failsafe gets triggered. And, I don't see how he could not be... I mean, I guess he could not be surprised in the sense that he knows what it is, but I don't see how he could not be surprised in the sense that he expected that to happen, because, I mean, the regular lot, he shouldn't necessarily know Desmond is there, right? And, like, even if he does he even know Desmond knows about the failsafe? I mean,
there's so much weirdness, because I don't think Kelvin is... Oh, did he kill Kelvin?
Desmond did.
No, I was going to say, I don't think Kelvin's gone, but...
Yeah,
I guess he's dead.
He sort of looked dead. I mean, I guess they could pull one of those things where he comes back, but I doubt it.
I mistakenly, for a second, thought he got on the boat and left.
Oh.
Wow. No, he didn't make it to the boat. I don't know, man. What does he say? He says, what's the line exactly that he says at the end? You don't know. Henry.
At the end of what?
Oh, at the end of where? Oh. When the failsafe goes off.
He says a line?
You just said he said something about him not being surprised.
No. I'm reading... I'm just reading into the expression. I don't think he does say a line.
Okay.
I'm reading into the expression, and there was that interview where he pretty much confirmed that was the case.
Okay. That he's not surprised.
Yeah.
That it happened.
That's the thing. Like I said, I don't know if I should maybe read that instead as he wasn't surprised and that he knew what it was.
Yeah, I think it seems like it's more that he knew what it was. That he saw it and he's like, oh, that's a failsafe going off. Not that, oh, it was about time they turned on the failsafe because I knew they were. Like, yeah, I would say the first one more than the second one.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, good. I wrote a note here. I don't know what that means. I really was trying to find out what... It's funny how you write notes and you just know you're going to know what it is, and now I'm just like... I wrote, I am here equals Rosinski alone. Oh! I totally get what it means now.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I am here in the Blastdoor map.
Right.
Meaning that when he wrote that, Kelvin wasn't there, presumably, because I would assume he would write "We are here" if he was with somebody.
Yeah, you would. I guess you would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Kelvin picked up the map after Raczynski was gone.
So I don't know. Yeah, I guess we don't know who wrote the "I am here" part, but presumably whoever wrote it was alone at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I would. It's sort of written over stuff, although I feel like it's more likely Raczynski wrote it, just because I don't know. It seemed the way Calvin presented it, it seemed like 95% of the work was Raczynski's, and he's just sort of like adding a little thing here or there. Maybe he's throwing in the Latin or something.
Yeah, I wonder what I was actually I can't wait to see that episode again to see what part of the map he's drawing on, so we can guess like what he's adding to it. Because I'd like to know because there is different handwritings, at least 2 separate handwritings on the map.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what could he really be adding anyway?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
I
don't know.
And I really still wonder what the purpose of the whole thing was. Like, what was the reason for it, and what was it being used for? You know, if you have this guy Raczynski who's like a Dharma employee, what is he doing that he feels the need to sort of make this map and you know he seems to know stuff, but he doesn't seem to know a lot of stuff that I expect him to know.
I think even though you're in Dharma, you don't necessarily know exactly what's going on. I mean, I believe that, you know, from the Pearl orientation video, that the people in the Swan Hatch, you know, like Raczynski and Kelvin, you know, well, Kelvin's a different story, I think, because he sort of knew some stuff, but, you know, they're part of Dharma, and they wear the Dharma clothes, and they're, you know, whatever, but they don't really know that it's not real, or it is real, or whatever. You know, they're told a very specific thing, and I don't think they necessarily know that there's other you know, stations on the island and the other stuff that's going on.
Really?
I think there's definitely specific hierarchies, and the people who are in, because think about how it would sort of ruin. I think I think to a certain degree it would alter the experiment, if it is an experiment, which I guess it's not, since it does something. I don't know. But if you look at it as being an experiment, since that's what the Pearl video said it is, if the workers in the Swan Hatch know that, you know, there's other things going on the island, and, you know, there's other experiments, there's other stations, there's other people or whatever, if they're privy to that information, I think that changes how they'll feel about pressing that button all the time. You know, they might be like, well, why do we have to press it? There's other people here to press it, or this can't really do anything, because if it, you know, why would they, you know, have something that could blow up, you know, on this island where there's other people who could die and all this. You know, I think if you give them, if the people in the hatch are privy to everything, then I think it alters what they'll do in the hatch. You know, especially if they, I mean, obviously they shouldn't know about the Pearl Hatch, right? They shouldn't know they're being watched.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you can see cameras, but you shouldn't. The people in the hatch shouldn't know that, according to the people who are in the Pearl Hatch, that it's just an experiment, and they're told to press this button, and it really doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? So at least on that level, they can't be privy to everything. I just think, I think the people in the hatch were pretty closed off from really what was going on with Dharma. And I think, and if you look at it like that, in that light, the map makes more sense, you know, in terms of like Raczynski trying to figure out what's going on this island, you know, sort of knowing or finding out or seeing that there's other stations and drawing them on the map and trying to figure out what the question mark is, and maybe never being able to really find it. So that's what I want to believe. That because to me that's the only way the Blastdoor map makes sense. If he's a Dharma employee and he knows, you know, everything, like, you know, as much as anyone else in Dharma, then it doesn't make sense to do that map. At least most of the things on the map, it doesn't make sense to have those on there, and especially to be hidden too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I don't know. It's like, why... okay.
And
why would he make it hidden?
Why make it hidden is a good question. I don't know where exactly the cameras are I mean, I remember specifically that one shot from the Pearl, scene where you see Jack in the kitchen area.
Right.
I don't know if maybe there aren't any cameras on where the blast door comes down. But then again, why make it invisible if cameras can't see you when you're working on it? And if there are cameras on the door, then they're going to see you working on it and know you're working on something.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
So I guess you have to presume that there aren't any cameras on the door and that it's invisible so that if the doors ever come down... I mean, it doesn't make any sense for it to be invisible. It really doesn't.
Because, are they having a lot of visitors that they need
Yeah,
to conceal?
that's the only thing. Are they expecting people to come in?
And even if they do have visitors, I mean, do the doors come down that often? And even if the doors do come down, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of questions there that I don't think we're necessarily going to get answered.
Yeah, I know.
Can I ask, why did the doors come back up? They seem to coincide with the numbers being entered, but I don't really think they're connected. Do you think Henry, if he's Brzezinski, then he knew how to get the doors back up?
Yeah. He gets around there pretty quick if he did that and then got all the way around. I got the sense it just ended,
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to renege on my what I agreed to earlier. I just don't believe it was the supply drop because I guess maybe. Well, I was just gonna say if it was because of the supply drop, the lockdown was what 5-10 minutes total, and it's is that big of a deal to lock them in there for 10 minutes so they don't see, where the supply drop came from? To me that doesn't make any sense. It's such a short amount of time that chances are they wouldn't be outside of the hatch anyway, and if they are outside of the hatch, then having a lockdown is useless.
Well, and also having a lockdown is a clue that there's something to see. I mean,
exactly.
They won't know that they're not supposed to see something if
Yeah.
If you don't have this clear indication that there is, and then that should make them sort of want to leave. And, and there's nothing stopping them from doing that. So I don't know. It might just be poor planning.
I think it was something like that. I think it just... They needed a lockdown, and they needed a supply drop.
Yeah.
And they just had Charlie bridge the two.
Yeah, and they wanted to connect them. And, speaking of plot elements that don't work, I mean, we've got this whole Henry Gale business.
Yeah.
That we've talked about before, but, it's another one of those things that seems to work, but if you sort of think about it from his perspective, he did a really bad job. His planning was poor, and he did things, he could have taken some simple steps that would have prevented this from happening, from him being found out, even if the grave was dug up. I don't think he should have expected the grave to be dug up, but I also don't think he should have taken the guy's name. I mean,
obviously, taking the guy's name was the single biggest mistake, and I really hope that there is a big explanation on why he had to take the guy's name. Now, that reminds me, there was a scene here when Henry is saying, which I didn't catch this the first time I watched this episode. Let me find the line. Yeah, it was very weird. Because he's seemingly telling the truth. He's already been found out, so he's seemingly telling the truth. What episode is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Well, this is part of Dave, but since we're talking about Henry, I'll say it real quick.
Yeah, please.
This is after he's already been found out. They already dug up the grave. They know he's not Henry Gale.
Mm-hmm.
And he is still sort of lying. But this is what was weird to me. He tells, I guess Saeed's questioning him. Henry says, he was already dead. Then Anna comes in. He says, 4 months ago, I was part of the search party. Henry Gale was hanging out of the basket, neck broken. What search party? And why?
I know. I caught that.
Why would he reference a search party?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, search party? What?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Nobody caught on to the fact he said search party. Like, they were looking for him? Like they were looking for Henry, or they were, like, what does that even mean?
I know. It does, like, just a general search party. They just sort of walk out and search for stuff. Like,
yeah.
It seems really bizarre. I don't know what that was supposed to mean, and no one seemed to notice or care. But yeah, I noticed that line too. It was really weird. And I know he is still lying. And that's another thing, that's another mystery, I guess, that may never get solved. Like, what really happened with Henry Gale that led to this sequence of events.
There's a lot. We really need a Henry flashback because, I sort of feel like he was part of a search party, and maybe they saw the balloon landing and they really were looking for him or something. I don't know. But that's a very specific thing to say, and he really did need to say that.
Yeah.
Anytime characters say things they don't need to say, I got to question what's the reason behind that.
Yeah.
Because it's obvious that he's another. Now, okay, maybe I'll wait should I wait till Dave to talk about that whole scene?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's okay.
We're getting close to it anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, with the blast door, who knows what's going on? I got one more thing to talk about on this episode about Locke's dad. Besides that, I think there's a lot of bad writing going on. That's the only thing. Unless they give us a flashback or something that explains, the disparate elements in Lockdown, I'm gonna have to chalk it up to bad writing.
Okay, I agree. What's your thing?
Okay, so in this episode, obviously, Lockdown, I think, in terms of the title, obviously refers to the lockdown in the hatch. Yeah. I think it's also a secondary, Locke going down again because his dad's back in the picture and dupes him into something else.
Oh, I was thinking lockdown because he was trapped under the door also.
Oh, that too. So there's 3.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, if it was LOCKE down, I think I'd have to stop watching Lost.
I would definitely stop watching this show. If it was LOCKE down, I'd be like, you guys have just gone overboard, okay? Oh, man, it's bad enough they got... Okay. So, anyway, Anthony Cooper comes into the picture again. He fakes his own death. Did anybody think he was dead?
I know. It was so impossible to begin with.
Anytime you go to their funeral and there's a lone, menacing car sitting there that speeds off, you gotta wonder. So anyway, I guess we should talk about him and his whole thing a little bit. But my question was, he basically cons John. Well, not really cons him, but he asks John.
That was gonna.
He cons John. Sorry, he asked John to get the money, and John gets the money. How does he expect to get on the plane with a case full of money like that?
Fantastic question. Before I address that, I just want to say that was my biggest thing, point of contention with everybody on this episode. It's not a con. It's not a con.
No.
All right. I just want to say that. Just so we're clear. He tells him exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And he tells him the truth the whole way. You're going to go get this money that's here, and here's the reason why I can't get it. Then you'll get your cut, and then that's what he does, and that's what happens. I don't see how that's a con.
Yeah, it's really not a con in any sense of the word.
I mean, he wasn't deceived about anything. He was straightforward. He told him, I took these people for money and blah, blah, blah. Everything was, was honest. So, you got to deceive them a little bit to a con. So, anyway, whatever. Not a con. Your thing. How's he going to go to the airport with the money? Well, I'm stuck now.
Somebody ran out of steam. I guess it's just a TV thing, but it was just really weird because he's like, I'm late for my plane. He's obviously going straight to the airport. He's at a hotel near the airport.
Maybe he has a private plane. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Maybe he had a private plane. I don't really think he did, though.
I don't think that for a second. Maybe. Oh, God.
Although, it is a little weird, since he is dead, that he would be traveling with, presumably, his original name. I mean, maybe the airport security isn't like, they won't catch him when they find an Anthony Cooper, flying. But I guess it's a common name, so what can you do with that?
Yeah.
But... Okay, I guess there's nothing there, but I don't know. It was. I just thought it was weird that he just has $500,000 in a case and he's going to go get on a plane.
Yeah, I think if you go to the airport with much less money than that, I mean, they're going to ask you some questions.
They're gonna scan it. They're gonna see it somehow. No matter if you check it, no matter if you carry it on, they're gonna see it somehow, and they're gonna ask you why you have this much money you're flying. And I guess he could, basically say, oh, I don't like banks, or I'm making a withdrawal, or I'm going to this country, and I'm going to whatever. But they're going to ask questions, and they're definitely going to call the cops.
Yeah, they definitely suspect you if you're carrying around that much money.
Yeah. I mean,
just because most people don't carry around that much money.
Yeah. I never carry on more than $200,000 personally. But that's
a good policy.
That's in pesos, though, so that's like $20.
Oh, look at that zing.
I know. I'm really good about the crappy jokes.
Peso joke? Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow.
Do I get like 10 points for a peso joke? When's the last time you heard a peso joke?
Did you get 10 points for a peso joke? You know what? I'll give you, well, I didn't laugh enough, but I'll give you 5 for that.
5? That's half of what I asked for.
Yeah,
you couldn't give me 6 or 7 or 8.
I think I'm being pretty generous.
I'm gonna demote you. You can't be the point person anymore. You're not very good with that.
I'm trying to make the points count for something.
Yeah, but they're points. They're useless points. Give me the points. Jeez.
Just give me the points.
Just give me the points already. All right, forget it. That's okay. That's okay. Fine.
I'll give you. You gotta earn them.
Okay. Oh, I'll earn them. All right, as long as I can cash them in for something. Jeez, I think these points are non-transferable. Equal less than 1 penny. All right. Are we going to Dave now?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Lockdown.
I guess there was some more to talk about with Anthony Cooper because there was some speculation. Obviously when the episode aired, whether or not Kate was, by Kate I mean what's her name, Helen. Katie Seagal, I'm thinking Kate.
Yeah, oh, okay. Actually, that's valid. Okay.
Whether or not Helen is in with Anthony Cooper this whole time or not.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
This is the part when you say, yeah, you think she is, or no, you think she's not.
Oh, sorry. I forgot about that. Did people really think that?
Yeah.
I don't. I don't think she is. I mean, that's right. Now it's all coming back to me. The whole thing with the obituary, how she just notices it.
She just notices it and blah, blah, blah.
And that sort of gets the ball rolling. And then she shows up to break up with him just in time for, the thing to be done. But then again, she did have a thing with it. I mean, was she in with him the whole time? I mean, they seem to have a pretty long relationship before this happened.
Have you heard of a long con?
The father was a big bone of contention. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to say I don't think so. I just don't think so. But
I don't think so either, especially because why would she be telling him for months or years or however long they were together, forget your father, forget your father, forget your father, and then, the father shows up and needs a favor. Presumably if Locke was smart or if she was more convincing, Locke would have said no and he wouldn't have gotten the money. There's no way she could have known that she could tell him, forget your father, forget your father, forget your father, and the father comes up and Locke is just eager to help him again.
Right.
So I'm going to say no, too. All right, let's move on.
Okay.
Episode 18, Dave.
I'd love to believe she was that interesting, but,
Oh. You don't think Helen is interesting?
Well.
Oh, she reads the obits.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating?
Episode 18, Dave. Libby lends Hurley support when he begins to think the island is having a strange effect on him, and Locke's sense of purpose is shaken when the prisoner provides new information about the hatch. That was a one-word synopsis. And by one word, I mean one sentence.
Yeah, okay. Gonna say.
Longest word ever.
Yeah. I would give you 10 points if that were a word.
You wouldn't. You would tell me you were going to give me 10 points, but you give me 5.
Well, maybe.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, well, this is something.
Can we breeze through this? Because, this episode is very interesting the first time I saw it, and I watched it again, and I was falling asleep. I just don't even care. First of all, it's Hurley. I mean, I know a lot of people like Hurley, but I'm just so blah about him. The only good thing Hurley ever did was Numbers. Besides that, blah on Hurley.
Yeah, Numbers is fantastic. I'm okay with Hurley in general, but yeah, this episode is not one of my favorites.
I've got like 2 things to say, maybe. And
the thing that bothers me about it is that this story just doesn't seem to add. I mean, I guess it's just like one of those episodes where it's just about the person, but it makes a reach to try to matter for the overall mystery.
Yeah.
But it can't quite get there.
Oh.
Because of the big twist, and go ahead.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say Dave is not real, never was real, figment of Hurley's imagination, and just like Jack's dad, the island brought him back for a test.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, what I thought was interesting is what was really cool, I think, about this episode was it tried to basically, present us a grand unifying theory about what's going on this island.
True.
I.e., Hurley's imagining it all.
Yeah.
Which for half a second, of course, that's a horrible way to have a show.
Oh my God! If Lost ended that way, that would be the biggest disappointment ever.
And of course, they wouldn't give us this information, a couple episodes before the end of the season.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless
you're thinking rationally.
Unless it was gonna go somewhere completely way more interesting after that.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how much interesting you could do unless you have Hurley wake up and go get on a plane and he really lands on an island and we start from scratch or something.
Oh God.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Oh, that would be so bad.
And Sawyer's Charlie and Kate is son, and everything's a little bit different. But you were there, and you were there, and you were there.
Oh God.
I can see him waking up. Oh my God, that'd be awful. Jack is really his psychiatrist.
Oh,
and
no.
Kate is the nurse. And oh, God.
Oh, no. You know what, though? I thought I got a vague sense that that's the direction they were going with the Libby thing at the end.
Uh-huh.
Because it seemed like, oh, it's all in your head, you'll be fine. And then, the flashback with Libby in the mental institution makes me think, oh, well, they're just all there.
Yeah, no.
That's sort of what you expect to go. I know that's not what it is, but that's sort of what you'd expect to go with that, Yeah. All of his pals from the island are just institution people.
There's no place like home. There's no place like a mental institution. So, anyway... I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad that was just a farce. I really liked Libby's explanation or rationalization on why she was real. I think it makes sense. I think it's a little faulty, but I love that she says, what was the name of the guy who broke his leg or arm or whatever on the other side of the island when we first crashed? And her was like, well, I don't know. She's like, yeah, because it happened to me. If you don't know that,
Mm-hmm.
If this was your dream, you would know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is a little faulty, but I think mostly works.
I think it's true in theory.
It's true in theory, but I mean, I've had dreams where I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't know certain information in my dreams. It happened.
I mean, you literally did, but I know what you mean. Like your mind is creating it, so you have to sort of know stuff. But yeah.
I mean, let's not get into dream theory here, but I think the way dreams work, you don't necessarily know anything until you know it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, just because you know what I mean, like, your brain doesn't have to know it for it to act upon that information, I think, is what I mean. I mean, I think it could be a scenario where Hurley was really dreaming the whole thing, and he didn't know Donald's name until she told him at the end, you know. It didn't mean he wasn't dreaming, it just mean his brain hadn't told him the name yet. You know what I mean? I think there's a fine line there. There's a fine line there. But my point is, I did like that argument that she uses, you know, of course you don't know his name because it happened to me and I'm real, and how dare you? That's insulting. She was actually insulted by that.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird line.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because it sort of, she was being sincere and meaningful. Then she was like, not only is it wrong for you to say that, but it's sort of hurting my feelings. Yeah. I thought it was interesting that Dave laughed when Hurley pushed them off of the cliff. Don't know why that caught my attention.
Hurley didn't push him off; he jumped off.
Oh, did he jump? Oh, that too. I told you I was falling asleep.
What episode are you watching?
I'm sorry. My mistake. He jumped off. That's what I said, right? If you edit it correctly. That's what I said. Anyway, I just thought
Hurley watched him jump off.
Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that he was laughing. I don't know. I mean, I guess it just makes it creepy, but I thought it was interesting.
I don't think it means anything.
Oh, me either. So, I don't really think... I know I was sort of a champion of the theory that Libby was undercover and for various reasons why she'd be undercover. I don't buy that anymore. After watching this episode again... Now, she has given some very strange looks in a couple scenes, especially at the end of this scene.
Right, the famous look.
Well, no, even before that, the look before that look, like, Hurley was like... Oh, what's the line? Oh, Hurley said something like, I'll be okay, or she said, you'll be okay. Oh, let me find the line.
Yeah. I think that's the look I'm talking about.
Well, she gives a look in the mental institution, then she gives a look when they're leaving the cliff.
No, I'm talking about when they're leaving the cliff.
Yeah. No, that's a look.
That's the. I mean, her in the mental institution is what it is, but the look everybody was talking about was the one on the cliff.
Okay. So, yeah, she goes, Hurley says, do you really think I can change? Do you think I can, change? And she goes, yeah, I do. And then she has that look, which pretty much would mean, in some cases, that she's thinking, no, you can't change.
Yeah.
Or that, or if you take into account the next scene, it's like, you've been crazy all this time, and I know it for a fact, because I was there looking at you be crazy.
Right.
So I don't think you can change. But anyway, the idea that she was undercover or whatever, or just pretending to be ill, I just don't buy anymore because of the last scene when we get that close up of her and she seems really whacked out.
Mm-hmm.
And the nurse gives her a pill which she seemingly takes. She doesn't seem to swallow it, but she takes it.
Yeah.
And the nurse calls her Libby, and I just think if she was undercover, she wouldn't be using her real name. Which is seemingly her real name, because everyone seems to call her that.
Yeah.
And even when she meets Desmond, she's Libby, right?
Elizabeth.
So I just think if she was undercover, she wouldn't be taking those pills because they would be altering her. And I don't think she would have looked like that. I mean, she sort of seemed to be looking at Hurley, but she was spaced the fuck out, dude.
Oh, yeah.
She was gone. And that, and coupled with the fact that she, they was seemingly using her real name, I just don't buy it. I just think she was a patient, and she didn't want him to remember that she was a patient.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Now, if she was ever a clinical psychologist, who knows? If she was ever a med student, who knows? Her clinical psychology skills haven't been as proven as her medical skills when she fixed the guy's leg, but.
Hey, she helps Claire remember things.
Just breathe. I love when she says, okay, now, Claire, they sat down, they're like, okay, Claire, now that we're away from all the noises of the island, you can hear Aaron screaming in the background. They're like 20 feet from everybody else. She's like, okay, we're away from all of the noises of the island, and Aaron's in the background crying.
Oh, God. That reminds me of that scene where Hurley and Libby are going on their final date, I guess.
Oh, no.
When he's supposed to find, Saeed's secluded beach.
Yeah.
And they sort of come out, And he's like, wow, here it is. And then she's like, Hurley, this is our beach. Look, there's Jen.
I love, and Jen's just over there. I love that. That was like a Simpsons thing to do.
It really was.
That was such a Simpsons thing. Like, Homer's trying to take the family on a vacation, and he's like, are you lost? And like, no, I'm not lost. And we're here, and they're like home, and like, hey, there's Flanders, and Flanders is working in the yard and waves. Like, it was such a Simpsons comical thing.
Yeah, it was. It was ridiculous.
I love that. Well, thanks for reminding me and to ruin it for me when I get there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess you haven't watched that episode yet.
Yeah.
I'm tainted by being ahead.
I'm done talking about Dave, man. I think this episode is really let me down. I don't know. I just got really... The first time it was halfway interesting. The second time I was just really... I guess, like you said, I think you said it. It doesn't have anything to do with the show as a whole. It seems to pretty much come to a specific conclusion that Hurley was imagining this guy. Now, why he came back, I guess that's a question, but who really cares? It doesn't really seem to matter.
Yeah.
So, unless you got more things, dude, I'm all over SOS.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't mind hearing more about Libby's story. I also don't think she was undercover in the mental institution. I don't think Dave is real. I don't think Dave is her husband either.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, I feel like there should be a little more to her story than that, but maybe it is just as simple as she was at a mental institution at one point and she just didn't want him to remember. And she really became a clinical psychologist eventually, maybe because of her mental problems or something. I think people do that sometimes.
I'd be a little weary of a clinical psychologist who used to be a mental patient, but...
she probably wouldn't put it on her business card.
Well, are you sure? Not on the back? Formerly of Crazies and Crazies. Well, I don't really want to buy something that you said. What did you say? Oh. To me, I don't understand the point of even showing us she was in a mental institution if she's going to die in 2 episodes. What's the point of that? I want to believe that the writers knew how long she was going to be on the show and had her written pretty specifically, but it seems to me they had room in there for other stuff in case she stayed longer. And maybe by the time they wrote Dave, they knew that she was going to be off the show, for 100%. So they just said, okay, well, Hurley's been saying he knew her from somewhere. Let's just tell everyone where he knew her from and get that over with. Because otherwise, I just don't see why it didn't seem that important that she was there, especially since she dies in 2 episodes. So I just don't get why that even matters unless what he says about changing. Do you think I can change? She says, yeah, I do. Unless that line is supposed to be reflected in that next scene when she gives that weird look and that fact that she's in the middle. I don't really know what the connection to that line is supposed to be, but it seems like they're trying to make a point. What that point is, I don't know.
I agree, but the fact that, she gives that look after that line makes me think that, she's really saying, yeah, I do, but maybe not, or something.
But is it maybe not because I know what you were like in the institution, or maybe not because I used to be crazy and maybe I'm still, what is the maybe not? I understand what the look is supposed to reference or allude to, but what's the meaning behind the reference is my question. What is the point they're trying to make? Why is she saying maybe not?
I got the sense it was because of her history.
Okay.
That something in her history is making her think that you really can't change.
But if we go along with what you said, that she became a clinical psychologist, that's changing,
Yeah, I know. It doesn't quite
She seems. She seems better now than she did when she was in that quasi-catatonic state.
Considerably.
Do I get any points for quasi-catatonic?
You get 10. You get 10 points.
See, now I don't want the 10 points. Okay.
You're gonna be bitter about anything less.
I want to earn the points, but I don't want to just be given pity points.
Well, do you want to earn them or do you want to? Oh God.
Anyway,
all right, how about 6?
I think 6 is a little too much.
I agree. Cosmic Iconic. I mean,
you're such a bastard.
I'm sorry.
Oh god. I don't want any points. Okay, I don't want any points for that one. That was a free one.
I liked it, but it's that's a good 2-3 pointer.
Okay, well I guess it's whatever. Okay, let's go to SOS. I'm done with this.
Yeah. Me too.
SOS, episode 19. Rose is surprisingly and vehemently opposed to Bernard's plan to create an SOS signal. Romantic sparks are rekindled between Jack and Kate when they trek into the jungle to propose a trade with the others, and Locke begins to question his faith in the island. He's just now beginning to question?
Yeah, he hadn't done that at all yet.
Guess so.
Wow, it just starts.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Wow, that description was... I remember reading that online. And the other ones didn't seem that way. Okay. It's weird. Romantic sparks are rekindled. I mean... Yeah, I guess, like, the cotton and net thing and, like...
That was hilarious.
The one scene counts. But whatever.
There was always some subtlety there in their relationship, I think. Pretty much throughout the whole thing, but yeah, in terms of sparks, and rekindling, I mean, I'm sorry I kissed you. I'm not.
But I'm not.
God, that's a line I would write.
And Michael has to show up and ruin the mood.
Oh, Michael, you're always falling somewhere when you shouldn't be falling. Because why were you that?
I could walk precisely this far and no farther.
485 steps and no more. I hope someone's there to catch me when I fall, because I shall walk no further. Yeah, that was pretty, just for the TV show.
Yeah, they love that. People stumbling out of the woods.
Yeah, that was pretty. And he was just like out of it, like.
Yeah.
Why was he running anyway?
I don't know.
God.
I don't know. It was really weird. It's really weird. And in the next episode, never mind. You haven't seen it. We'll have to get to it.
It doesn't matter that I haven't rewatched it yet. What matters is we're not talking about it yet.
I know. That is the key point.
So, this is our last episode in our recap here. So let's finish quickly.
We will. This is SOS for God's sake.
Let's finish so that this will be less than 5-hour podcast, please.
All right.
Okay, one of the things I want to mention, and probably one of the few real physical proofs of maybe the others have the ability to telepth. Can I use that as a verb? Telepth?
To telepth?
To telepth.
Don't think it works, but I'll take it.
Okay, I like telepth. Is that I think it was at the beginning of this episode. Not at the beginning, because it's Rose and Bernard yapping.
Don't put the cereal there.
It's the second scene when Jack and Anna go in to talk to Henry. Henry is slumped over, sort of specifically slumped over, and with his eyes closed. And to me, it seems like he's sort of meditating. And right when they come in, he sort of perks up and is almost like, "Oh, I'm not doing anything." So to me, I thought maybe he was communicating with the others.
Ah.
And another thing, and another little part of that is that, we've seen, from the camera being inside of the armory when people are opening from the outside, you can hear, it being opened and someone coming to open it. So I felt like, he would have known they were coming, but he seemed sort of preoccupied. So that's why when they open the door is when he really notices that they're there. Otherwise, I felt like if he was just sort of wanting to sit up nice and straight, because he never does that any other time, actually, now that I think about it. When they come in, he's never, like, pretending to be whatever he was pretending. But
Yeah.
when they come in, he makes a point of like sitting up straight and like sort of looking like, inconspicuous.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm going to add that to maybe he was communicating with them, especially since, presumably around this time, Miss Clue and them are telling Michael the happy haps, and I just said that. And
I was going to ask if you...
I just said that. That was, I think it was like a Scrubs thing. I felt like so I said that on Scrubs at some point.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, not that they came up with that, but
of course not.
I think that's a Martin thing, maybe.
Who knows what it is?
So anyway, I think Miss Clue around this time, Miss Clue and them were telling Michael what he had to do. Of course, later he comes to enact his plan.
Yeah.
So I think this would be an opportune time for Henry to be communicating with them.
Right. Although he says they'll never give you Walt, which is what they're arranging to do.
Well, and okay, we can talk about that line too.
But I mean, I guess by you, maybe he means everyone but Michael. I don't know. But what did I want to say? I think there's some problems with the timeline in 3 minutes because they give some dates and trying to work it out with this. I think there are some problems. But whatever, we'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
What? God, what's going? What's the? I've lost.
Henry telepathically communicating.
Oh yeah, I actually didn't notice that he was doing something, and then he tries to. I have to watch this again.
Yeah, watch it again, everybody. It's like I said, it's that second scene right when they walk in there, and you get a clear shot of him slumped over. Almost his hand. I think his hands are tied, so they're sort of clasped anyway. But he's slumped over, and his eyes are closed, and it just looks like he's meditating. And then he pops up right when they come in, and his eyes are wide open, and he's looking straight ahead, like I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to look. Yeah, I like that. That's a weird little detail that I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, that's what I'm good for.
Indeed.
So the line "They will never give you Walt." Of course, there's many ways to interpret that. They, as in only I have the power to give you Walt. That's an interpretation.
Okay.
Like they'll never do it without my permission type thing, or. Not taking into account this telepathy thing. Maybe he had told them, don't give them Walt under any circumstances, and he didn't know that they had decided to make the trade. So he was saying, they'll never give you Walt because he really thought that they were going to listen to him or whatever.
Right.
There's a couple ways that he could say that and it be true in terms of what he thinks at the time, but he could just be lying. Obviously. For the tension of the show, so
he does say in the finale, that he's not happy with the arrangement that they made with Michael, but they'll stick to their word anyway. So maybe that's sort of an acknowledgement of that. Like he didn't really want him to do that, but I guess he was willing to let him go anyway, which
makes me feel like he's really not letting them go.
Yeah, I know. It does.
Is everything they needed from Walt done with? I don't want to believe that.
I don't believe that either, but I have a feeling he might be gone.
Okay, now I really want to know what they were doing. Where all you need is a couple tests, and then we're done. Like, why couldn't they just fucking come to Michael, and say, okay, we think your son is special. And, we've got reason to believe it. And maybe, hey, here's our evidence. We've got other kids who can do these things or whatever their evidence is. Can we take him? You can come too. Obviously, that makes a crappy show. But
yeah, I know.
It's just like, a little diplomacy.
We help your kids show.
Yeah, I mean, like, a little diplomacy would have gone a long way, especially if they didn't need Walt forever, If they only needed him for this short amount of time, presumably he's able to be free now, which I don't think so.
I mean, I don't get the sense they wouldn't. I feel like they would have liked to have him longer, but circumstances compelled them to make this deal, and I guess they considered it worth it to give him up in exchange for Henry and these three people.
I guess. I mean, I don't even want to buy longer. I mean, if you don't need them for a very extended amount of time, it's like, what's the point? You know, what are you guys really doing if your tests and experiments, you know? I mean, because basically they test him and they find out he does have powers. They test him and he finds that he don't. Now maybe he doesn't. Maybe they tested him and they found out, you know, he's really not special. They thought he was. We all thought he was, and it was just a series of coincidences that we came to that conclusion. And then at that level, I can see that they let him go. You know,
he does say we got more than we bargained for. I don't know how to interpret that, but
because Walt can tap dance too.
Yeah.
He put on a couple little skits for him.
Well, and I'd also mention Alex, who, you know, obviously I believe is you know, the
Russo's daughter,
who appeared in Maternity Leave and future episodes. You know, she was taken when she was a baby, and she's still with him.
Yeah.
So I think in an ideal world, that's what they wanted for Walt.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll buy that. I think that makes sense. I just don't understand, like, then why would they let him go if it wasn't that dire? Screw agreements. Like, I just see that's the reason I think that they're not really gone.
I think there's a problem, and that problem is Malcolm David Kelly getting old.
Yeah. Well, see, I think he can come back in season 3, and it's not that big a deal because people haven't seen him in a long time. Now, he's going to look real old if he comes back in season 3, but because it's been a long time. But I mean, I feel like, yeah, he's getting older, but at a certain point, you just got to say screw it. It's a fact of life that audiences are just going to have to deal with. That, you know, that I would hope they would put the storyline of the show above any sort of you know, lack of suspension of disbelief that would happen with the fact that he looks a lot older than he should be. You know, I would hope that. Now maybe, you know, whatever the case may be. Well, sorry, didn't mean to say that. Wow, didn't mean to say that. But whatever happens, we'll find out. But
I would hope that too. But I really think they've decided to sacrifice whatever they were going to do. I think they're going to try to develop the Walt storyline without Walt.
I mean, when they see that coming, when they hired him, when they hired any kid, they're going to know, well, you know, by season 2, that, you know, this show goes pretty much day by day per episode.
Yeah.
This show, by season 2, this kid's going to be a year older when he really should only be, you know, 20-something to, you know, 30-something days older. I guess 40-something days older, 50-something days older.
I think maybe they really just didn't plan it very well.
Okay.
And they, you know, they had all these ideas. They thought, oh, it's really great. They'll kidnap Walt. Walt's got all these powers, and I think maybe too late in the game they realized, oh no, we can't keep using this actor like everybody else. You know, all the adults, it's no big deal. They don't change that much year to year, so you can just keep using them, and they can, you know.
Well, that sucks for what's his name who plays Mike's dad. Sucks for him because with no Walt, you don't want Michael around.
Oh yeah, Harold.
You know? So it's like, yeah, Harold apparently. Yeah, like it sucks for him because he can't be on the show if Walt can't be on the show. Pretty much. I mean, pretty much, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it does suck because he's completely tied to Walt. It was all about Walt with him. I mean, it wasn't originally, but once Walt got taken, that it was. He really didn't have any individuality anymore. It was all about Walt. So, yeah. I mean, it's sad, but, you know. I can only hope that they do enough with the behind-the-scenes other stuff that we sort of understand what went on with Walt and maybe can accept whatever happened. Maybe it'll make sense somehow.
And, you know, they really could have, I mean, I don't know. Okay, we don't know what the real deal is on why Walt is seemingly gone. Whatever. But I would think that they could write it into the show. Like, I mean, if they want him back on the island, why he's seemingly looking older and taller than he should be. They can write that in. It could be an island thing. Like all they have to do is mention it, and then no one ever has to ask again.
Yeah.
Kate's like, man, well, you should have grown. You've grown pretty tall in the last couple of weeks, And he's like, yeah, I eat a lot of papayas, and that's it. And then we don't have to worry about it. They've addressed it. We already know as an audience that, the actor is a kid. He's going to get growth spurts,
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of easy ways around it, and I feel like just the fact that he's getting older and taller, that's just doesn't seem like a big enough unless they didn't have a really good theory, or a really good plan for him anyway. They were like, unless they came up with something else that they just liked a lot better than their original plan, I just don't think his growth spurt is that big a deal that they couldn't have dealt with it. The same way, they've pretty much dealt with Hugo Reyes not losing weight. I mean, they've explained it. They gave him an eating problem, and they gave him a slow metabolism, and they've talked about it. The fact that he hasn't really lost that much weight because, of course, he's a real person whose diet isn't going to change because he's on the show. And nobody else on the island has really lost a lot of weight, that we can see. So, I mean, those people would be fairly emaciated to a certain degree.
They're too clean, and their clothes are too. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that isn't realistic. I agree, but like having someone age like years in months is, it's a bigger leap, I think. Because it's so drastic.
I could see them getting another couple seasons out of him.
If his voice got deep and so, it would just start to be really bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, his character would have to change because he can't be like Walt when he looks so old.
Yeah.
Well,
Locke acts like a baby, and he's like 50 something.
Yeah. So. All right. Well, you got a point there.
All right. Let's finish talking about SOS.
All right, yeah. I guess that has nothing to do with that,
Yeah. Another reference to being fixed. Rose tells the faith healer guy, "I'm gonna tell him you fixed me." Another reference to being fixed. I don't understand that whole thing about. I guess they're broken or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can go ahead and say, like we said before, Echo and Charlie building the church was a waste of time.
Yep. Much like the army, it's one of those storylines that just never went anywhere.
It seems like is it just to give them something to do?
Yeah, that is what it seems like.
Unless something happens with that church in next season, man, I just don't even.
I remember when it was being constructed, we were talking about like what's going to happen. What are they get? What's the
what's the end result? Are they going to have a Sunday service?
And Echo's going to get up there and preach, and we're going to have to watch this. Like it didn't sound like it was going anywhere interesting.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of glad when he gave up, even though it's a crappy dangling storyline. Like. I don't know. I feel like some writer in the background was like, "Hey, you should build a church." And like, "Yeah, okay," but it just didn't sort of fit into their overall plan, and so they just kind of had him give up.
Yeah, I don't know. I really feel like they have room to explain that, and maybe once Echo is done, whatever happened, if he's probably still alive, after this explosion, maybe he'll go back to the church, or maybe he'll turn the church into his own house, someplace he can just live, and we don't have to see him do crazy stuff in there. But I just thought that was weird, just to mention that. I thought it was weird that Locke gives up on the hatch and pressing the button, but right when he does that, he decides to find the question mark hatch. Because this is the episode where he says he's not going to press the button anymore, right? Am I making that up?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Does he, though?
He says as much. Oh, there he goes. Rose said, "So what are you doing here, John? I can't remember last time I saw you out of that hatch." "I'm done with the hatch." So he says it. He says he's done with the hatch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
"Oh, but honey, you and I both know it's not going to take that long."
Oh, God.
I love when she says that line. Oh, that's so great. I thought it was really weird when, Rose drops her little medicine and Locke rolls on by to pick it up. he gives her the most weird look, man. Like, he looks at her like, oh, I pity that woman, and then, like, walks and then, like, rolls away. I thought that was really weird. Did you notice?
Yeah, I didn't read his look that way.
It was either like, God, we're both in a dire situation, or you're in a dire situation. I didn't know how to read it, but it was a very sympathetic look. Extended sympathetic.
Yeah.
He looked for a while before he rolled away.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was it.
And, you know, I'm really surprised we even got that flashback of Rose seeing Locke in a wheelchair. I mean, we would have pretty much assumed as much. I'm really surprised they took the trouble to show us. As much little dangling things they have on this show, I would have been fine with just assuming Rose knew, you know, saw Locke at the airport or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable to assume anybody saw Locke at the airport.
Yeah, exactly.
He was there. I
mean, he rolled around.
Yeah, I mean, no one really seems to know, but yeah, it wouldn't have been ridiculous. Yeah, it is weird that they felt the need to show that, but I guess it was supposed to be, I don't know.
Yeah, it was supposed to be poignant with, how do you know he didn't heal you? I know.
Right. Okay, that's right. That's how that came.
Yeah.
It was to make a point, and I know because
Locke got healed, so obviously
it healed him. So yeah.
But I'm surprised Bernard was like, but Rose, don't you know Locke was faking? He was never in a wheelchair. He just had a couple of Charlie horses.
Oh.
Yeah. Which I've never gotten, by the way. Never had a Charlie horse.
No?
No.
You're missing out.
Am I? I don't think I am. I think I'm better off.
Well, I disagree.
Okay. Well, you're wrong, though.
Well, right or wrong.
So, I'm done.
You're done?
What else is it? It's SOS.
You're done? What do you mean? You don't want to talk about this great scene?
Do you know what SOS means? Do you know what the title of this episode means?
Oh, boy.
It's a sack of shit.
Oh, God.
No, I'm kidding. It wasn't that bad an episode. But, you know, it's Rose and Bernard BS, and it really was BS. And, Bernard, you always gotta do something. I mean, who doesn't always have to do something?
I know. She doesn't have a point. But
yeah. You gotta love it. The best Rose line ever is like, Bernard's like, why do you gotta listen to Jack? He's a doctor. You're a dentist.
Yeah.
And somehow that was a valid point.
I know.
She really, it was like, wow, you're right, Bernard, you're only a dentist. He's a doctor. Like, that somehow, like, she was right, but it didn't, that shouldn't have been a point, but it was.
Yeah, I guess it was.
You ain't getting these people none but false hope.
Before we leave, I just wanted to point out quickly one line that Jack says about the fact that he asked Kate along on the trip because they didn't want her.
Oh, I love that. They grabbed you at gunpoint. They grabbed you, had you at gunpoint. I think they kept you and they didn't, girl. You ain't no good. I love that.
He does say that again, they didn't really want me either.
Yeah.
And then Kate says, damage goes to both of us. It's like, it's weird. Like they feel bad that the others didn't want them. But, you know, the others do want them, at least by the end of the season.
Yeah.
Them and Sawyer were all there that day, and we talked about it before, but whatever. I assume they're going to explain that eventually. But I just thought it was a weird line considering what comes later. So
yeah, I think it's, you know, she says damage goods both of us. It's weird because I don't think they really should care that. Well, it's good that the others don't want them, which means they can go talk to them without sort of fear of being taken. But, you know, I don't really think they're sad that they weren't taken. I think they're probably happy that they don't want them. But it is sort of, you know, she makes her point about damaged goods, you know, which seems to suggest that it's a bad thing that they're not wanted, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think really only she says that just with the good bad thing. We're bad people or something.
Yeah.
You know, which I think really what that line's about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was funny. Yeah, they didn't want you, so I'm gonna bring you with me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good
I love
reason.
Kate. I'm flattered. Yeah, why is that? Because you chose me to go with you instead of Sawyer. I'm so happy, Jack. You love me again. No, Kate.
Oh.
No, I brought you. Actually, you're the second
I asked
choice.
Saeed first, but he turned me down.
Yeah, you're my second choice.
I love that line because I don't believe it. Like, I hate when they do that on these shows. It's like, I don't imagine him going up to Saeed like, here, I want to do this. Nah, pass.
I am busy. I am busy at the dining room table.
Yeah,
I don't buy that either.
It's just one of those things. Like, I remember when Charlie goes up to Saeed with that, not Charlie, Hurley goes up to Saeed with that radio, and like, and he's like, I checked it a million times and I got only static. Like, I just didn't believe him. It seemed like one of those lines that they felt the need to make him say.
It's filler.
So that we got the sense that something was done or whatever, but but it just doesn't come across like it really happened, you know. So that line seemed like that too to me.
I can't really imagine he goes, "Hey Saeed, I got this plan. Let's go talk to the others and trade Henry for Walt." And Saeed's like, "No,
pass.
Catch me on the next expedition."
Yeah. Come to me in the finale when you want someone to sail.
Yeah, I don't. That's so weird. Well, if Saeed would have come with them, they wouldn't have got trapped in the net because Saeed would have known better.
Saeed wouldn't go grab a doll.
We've talked about this before. This predilection to grab dolls.
Hey.
Huh?
4 points for predilection.
4 points for predilection. Nice.
Yeah,
that's a good one. God, if I can pass 5, I don't know if I've got that many words in my vocabulary for 5 points. I wish it was 5 out of 5. I'd feel better, but it's 5 out of 10. God, I must not have any 8 or 9 or 10 level words in my vocabulary. There just can't be. It's predilection. The way I think about it is, if it's a word that I know and I have used before, I don't want to give it above 5. Okay.
Like fairly commonly, like, for a weird, like, word that you don't use that much. Like, to pass that, you got to do a word that, like, I'm really not familiar with.
Well, but then how do you rate, I hate talking about this on this podcast, how do you rate levels of words you haven't heard before? Like, if you haven't heard it, how do you know how esoteric it is?
That's a good question.
Like how do you know it's a 6 versus an 8? If you haven't heard it.
Question.
Because I can make up a word right now, buddy.
I'll make up a word.
I'll make up a word, all right. Anyway, you think about your point system. I think you need to reevaluate that there.
Yeah. Back to the dolls. Come on.
Yeah, we made the point before about people and their need to pick up dolls. If I saw a gross doll sitting in the jungle, decaying and molded, I'm not going to go pick it up.
I understand the compulsion to maybe look at it.
Yeah, to look at it, maybe. To pick it up, no.
But, yeah, to pick it up is pretty weird.
And I don't buy that a doll can hold that ballast system or the pulley system that is that trap. You know what I mean? Because basically for traps like that to work, you have to move something heavy for the other heavy thing to drop. And
it's a weighted doll.
Oh, it weighs like 100 pounds?
Yeah.
Actually, it'd have to weigh more than that for... I mean, I just don't get it. How does that trap even work? Like, you've got this this sack of rocks sitting really high, and then you have that's on the pulley system tied to the net on the ground, and then you've got the doll sitting on top, and it's like, you move the doll, and what happens when you move the doll? Like, there's some sort of pressure thing, right?
Yeah.
I just don't buy it works. If there's anyone in our audience who makes doll-related traps for a living,
the usual plea to our audience for help.
if you make doll-related traps for a living, or even as a hobby, write us and let us know how those work.
Or even not as a hobby, but if you've ever made a doll-related trap in
If you've
your
ever
life.
made it, if you've even researched doll-related traps, if you majored in doll-related traps in college, you know, or went to doll trap making camp in high school, you know. Anyway, I don't believe that line. If Sawyer would have went, it would have. I'm sorry. If Saeed would have went, it would have turned out a little differently. Anyway.
Yeah.
And
I guess the romantic sparks wouldn't have been rekindled.
Well, I would have loved to have seen that, especially if they still got trapped in the net, and then Jack told Sawyer later, "Yeah, we got trapped in the net." So he'd been like, "Okay, Doc. Oh,
Who
Doctor.
knew?
Yeah, a little too much info from the doctor." Yeah. I knew Saeed was upset about Shannon, but I didn't think he was desperate.
Oh, God.
I think Sawyer would probably be offended, though, if Saeed was attracted to Jack and not him.
Really? Yeah, he probably would. That's
Yeah.
Sawyer's kind of thing.
Yeah. Anyway, on a heterosexual topic, I think we're done, buddy.
Yeah, I guess so.
If we end now, we're a couple minutes shy of 5 hours, so
Not bad for 8 episodes.
that's pretty damn good for 8 episodes. I think our little 20-minute or so restraint per episode helped, especially in the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah. I think we lost it at some point, but yeah, we kept it going pretty well for the last 2, and you
Yeah.
know.
So, thanks for listening, guys. As always, we appreciate it. We will be back with our final Season 2 quick and dirty retrospective, which will most likely encompass episodes 20 through 24, which are the episodes that we first podcast about when we started the Lost Lowdown. So, it'll be a very general recap because we podcast at length about those already. So if you want to know about those, you can go listen to our previous posts, or, like I said, we'll be back with another podcast to recap those and get ready for Season 3, which starts very soon.
Yeah, very soon.
Let's not say when it starts, but it starts soon.
Literally. Yeah, so... I wanted to say, thelostlowdown.blogspot.com. If you want to leave some comments, that'd be fun. iTunes reviews are good. Frapper Map, you can join that. That's nice. Email.
You're just generally going over everything, huh?
Email lostlowdown@gmail.com. Yeah, I just want to throw out the general stuff. And I know I haven't been consistent about that, but whatever. I just want to throw it out.
Cool.
And I think that's it.
Any questions from you guys out there? Okay, no questions from the audience. All right. That was sort of weird and surreal. If somebody would have said something, that'd be scary. Bob M has a question. Alrighty. We're done. Thank you for listening, guys. Thanks and namaste.
Enjoy your work day. Namaste and good luck.